Ding 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 ding.
Josh. I've just opened that and I don't want it on it.
What is it?
Like a gold bar.
Oh, that's
I know, but
a lot.
I know it's a lot, isn't it? I just thought then I don't really want that, but I'd already opened it and I can't put it back in the freezer. So
Fair enough.
they're a bit delightful, though, aren't they? It's like a gold bar.
It's so sweet. There's like 4 layers of sweet in this. There's
There's
like
caramel in the middle as well.
Yeah, I love it.
That's a proper sugar fix.
Uncle. Where's my other slipper? The fuck? I have nothing for this to rest on.
Look like a tit. Put it on my desk. Who cares? I'll never understand these headphones. All I want to do is listen to music, chillax, finish reading, and be done with it. Can I get these to connect? Let's go. Okay.
You know what my favorite part of Souls-like game?
Bam, bam. Maybe for once I didn't pick bad music. I know, just an opinion though. Just a thought. Blimey, just a thought of it all. Anyway, how are we all doing? We chilling, we relaxing, we vibing, we acting cool. How many of y'all did some beat ball outside of school? I just realized there's a massive fucking delay. That shouldn't be as bad as it is. And for some reason, I am still not logged into chat. It logs me out every time. I don't want to be logged in there. Oh well. Oh. Hi, Irish. All right. I should probably increase the text on the screen. Fuck it. Throw with it. Why not? Alright. Plan today. 20 chapters of this. Done. I just fucking realized. Okay, there we go. 20 chapters of this done today. Spent a lot of time reminiscing, thinking about this entire volume, the mini arcs that we have to go through. And write down shit, speculate, theorize what's going to be happening in the next couple of volumes. because I have ideas, I have hypotheses on what the lore is going to update me on. Still have no idea how the fucking dragon's gonna die, though. I'll be real. What? If I have it, it doesn't leave the kitchen. I hate how light this thing is. Whoop. What's up, Harsh? Hey, hey, Psych. You're gonna be in and out probably? Yeah, didn't you say before on my post that, like, you probably won't make it to stream? Always something new. Whoa, there is a massive delay. Why is there such a massive delay? What the fuck? Procrastinated doing housing for uni. Fair. I hated doing that. But I did get a pretty decent place when I did it, so. Also, literally, don't do that. Like, at all. Don't procrastinate on it. Because housing go like that. And when it's gone like that, you're stuck with objectively the worst kind of people. They always suck. Just get it done and over with. If I had to recommend anybody who's doing uni one thing ever, it is, when it comes to that housing, don't fucking wait. Never wait. And the call center for finances won't answer me. Ass rats. They suck. Also, will be the one time I say it and claim it for today. Do not forget to like the stream, so YouTube can keep telling y'all, or keep giving you more content for when I stream in the future, which will probably be Sunday. Is when I'll probably next stream. And if you don't want YouTube to not tell y'all when I'm doing shit. Okay, maybe I should shrink the text a little into it. There we go. But yeah, if you want YouTube to keep on telling you when the fuck I'm actually doing shit, tell them by liking videos and streams. Shuts them up. Makes me happy. I'm on the wrong account. Why was I in that account? Oh, because I was checking someone else's video. Yeah. Here we go. Alright. Let's get straight into it. And for everyone who just kind of popped in, we're gonna finish 20 chapters today. We're gonna come back. We're gonna talk about the volume. And then we're gonna speculate what the fuck's gonna be going on. Right? The iconic whiteboard. This is gonna be the theory board from now on. Speculation board. What plot points are gonna be in the future. Whose character arcs are gonna be happening when. You know? So that should be fun. Luckily I got into an honors college, so there are still spots open. Yeah, no, that's good. That's very fucking good. I barely got into mine. I'm not kidding. I was like the last person to sign up for an actual place. On my building specifically. And luckily I did. I love that place. I love that bedroom. Anyway. Let's get... I have to leave in a bit. Hope I don't miss anything great. Looks like a long stream again. Yeah, probably. Hopefully I don't get as distracted by chat. Damn. Yeah. Damn and fucking indeed. It was that, or it was either gonna be the place I got, which was like one of the very few open spots, or the literal reformed like army general place. I'm not kidding. They remade an army general camp into a living space for the uni, and it's terrible. Everyone who went there fucking sucked. Well, not everybody. There was like a lot of people who went and lived in that area because they just didn't have time to sign up for anywhere else. I got really fucking lucky with mine. But Sig, hopefully you don't miss anything too much. Hey, Fanta. Phantom. However you want to go back. Alright. Let's get into 7:30. Dang wish. Also, just want to make sure. Music isn't too loud. Isn't too quiet. It's like fine. Barracks? Almost, but not actually. It was slightly better than Barracks. People will have to treat it like it was a fucking Barracks, though. I can tell you that much. Alright. From the sounds of it, it seems like the music's gonna be fine. So let's just hop and skip right into it. If I can set the fucking microphone up properly, god damn. Sonny watched the sun appear over the eastern horizon, his heart growing cold, his vertical pupils narrowed, and his fist clenched. The night was over. Had it been that long already? That is actually music fine? Yeah. That's a good point, actually. Like, they're dogging on ships for about, like, how long's a night? Like, 8 hours? Crazy work. Rip, I'm late. You're the first one who commented on the stream. You just dipped. He had lost track of time during the vicious battle in the skies, but it seemed as though the desperate assault on the flying fleet had taken a second, but in reality, of course, it had not. He had slowly turned to Noctis, whose battered face had almost healed and was calm and carefree again. The sorcerer was looking at the sky with a strangely neutral expression. But mind me, wasn't the plan to defeat Cervix before dawn, when he was devoid of the vast and terrifying power? The immortal side. Well, it's good to have a plan, however plans rarely goes you want them. So he gritted his teeth. So what happens now? Are you gonna deal with the dragon? Nah, I didn't dip, I threw up, so I had to go clean it up. Okay. Are you good? What the fuck? Noctis shrug. He must be really, really angry right now. After all, we just killed his brother, and the only person Cerberus really cares about in the world. Congratulations, by the way. I really did not expect you. Sonny intrigued him with a low growl. Get to the point. Now that the sun's rising, your powers will be diminished while his will reach their peak. How are we going to survive? The sorcerer remained silent for a few moments and then scratched the back of his head. I'll come up with something. Noctis is too non-fucking chalant for the fact he is going to fight a dragon at its peak power. Well, besides the occasional desire to throw up, I'm fine. Yeah, as you do. You know, casual Tuesday activities. Christ almighty. Sonny stared at him with disbelief. Are you joking, right? Come on, you must have some devious trick up your sleeve. You have an incredible advantage after all. You have a knife that can make him mortal, while he doesn't have yours. Should I give you the knife? You never asked me for the damn knives. Wasn't the reason you befriended me in the first place? Noctis looked at him for a while and simply shook his head. No, that was not the reason, Sunless. In any case, giving me the knife wouldn't do much good. I'll still have to defeat Cervix when he becomes mortal or not. Either I subdue him and we use the knife to finish the job, or he subdues me and there's no point, and I don't really have any tricks left. He smiled and added wistfully, except one. Didn't miss the feeling, having thrown up since I was 8. Yeah, shit now, dude. Also, if you start drinking as an adult, trust me, throwing up kind of becomes a good feeling. Cleaning out your just intestines every once in a while just feels good. It's not the best feeling in the world, don't get me wrong, I prefer to not throw up, but you know, it still feels nice on the occasion. Sonny exhaled with relief. Finally, what is it? The sorcerer turned to him with a smile. Why, it's you, Sunless, of course. Didn't I say that fate brought us together for a reason? Sonny stared at him, his expression slowly turning dark. You did. What the hell do you mean? Noctis looked away, a beautiful silhouette of the flying city after a few moments. He said, no matter how many battles Cerberus goes, it will end near the ivory tower, and one of us will fall. Maybe it'll be him, maybe it'll be me. However, that doesn't matter. He sighed and glanced at Sonny. As long as one of us dies, there will only be one chain left. It won't hold hope for long, so Sunless, my dear friend. Should I lose, I want you to kill me. That is my desire. Throwing up is always better than not being able to. Amen. Oh, except for when you're throwing up, like stomach acid. That sucks. Oh my god, that blows. There's very few feelings that I hate more than that. Also, asking Sonny to off you, crazy work. The sorcerer looked at him, the smiling disappearing from his face. Then he said softly, That is the fate I spoke of. You are my death, Sunless. Didn't you know? Then, Noctis suddenly cleared his throat and awkwardly looked away. That is, if I lose, of course. Don't kill me by mistake if I win. That'd be very inconvenient. A bit funny, though. I hate how similar-minded Noctis' humor is. I hate how similar-minded Noctis' humor is, for fuck's sake. I'd rather be able to throw up because... I would rather be unable to throw up because now my bed cover's wet from sick. Couldn't even read the Daily Shadow Sleep chapters. Yeah, don't they come out at like 9? Or like 8? Also, do you not... Was it just, like, kind of spontaneous? How did you not get to a bin in time? Or your toilet? Sonny glared at him for a while, then faced the Ivory City and scoffed. I know. You better win, then. Did I miss much? Nope. I explained what today's plan was going to be, and we've just been reading. Today's suffering. It's a Tuesday, so yeah, usually is. As the moon disappeared and the sky slowly grew brighter, Noctis and the members of the cohort gathered together and silently watched the sun rise. The 5 of them had accomplished something truly impossible. They had turned the battle of an army and 2 transcendents under the dim light of the crimson moon and won. The army had retreated, the immortals were dead, and 5 of them somehow were still alive. And yet, not one of them felt relieved or triumphant. The inconsistent disk of the sun was rising like the blade of a guillotine, ready to cut down their lives. I just woke up. I didn't expect to throw up. You just woke up? That doesn't sound right. The sorcerer was sitting on the grass with his eyes closed, gathering his strength for the approaching fight with the Ivory Dragon and trying to recover from the wounds as much as he could. Effie was laying on the ground, too battered and tired to move. Cassie was tending to her wounds, and Kai was grimly counting the arrows he had managed to gather. His charred mask was gone, revealing his burned, disfigured face. No, I woke up a bit ago, then threw up. I don't know what to tell you. Like, unless it was just kind of spontaneous, I don't know what to fucking tell you, dude. I say that like I don't have a bin bag, like, right there. I'm not kidding. I can't do that. It's fucking heavy. But Sonny was standing a small distance away, looking at the small silhouette that laid in the palm of his hand, connected to a thin chain. The silhouette was cast of iron, and decapitated a beautiful young woman wielding a spear in one hand and gripping the human heart in the other. Her nakedness covered only by the beast's hide around her thighs, her face lost in the shadows. It was very similar to the statue of the war god he had seen on his first day at the nightmare, but different in one detail. There was blood flowing from the wounds of the silhouette's chest, as though the heart had once belonged to the young woman herself. Her figure felt strangely familiar. This was the memory he received from killing Sylvain the second time. Memory, vanquish. Memory rank, transcended. Fucking hell, I transcended memory. What the fuck? Is this the highest rank memory Sonny's got now? I mean, just having a bin bag around you would be helpful. But no, is this like the strongest thing Sonny has right now? Oh. Would that be the lantern? If you're a saint, what transformation ability you want? If I was a saint and I could transform? I don't know. It simultaneously needs to be something that can, like, be decently fast and swim. The mask and the lantern. Yeah. The lantern. Yeah, okay. So it's the lantern, the mask, and then this. Because I know the mask is divine. I forgot about the lantern being the divine. But this being transcendent would make it like, it's up there still. The mask is a utility. I mean, like, yeah, but it still uses it. Anyway. Memory tier 1. Memory type, charm. Memory description. A young woman once wished to be free, but could only find her freedom in death. She caught upon it, and touched by her sincerity, death came. But instead of embracing it herself, the young woman delivered death to those who held her in her chains. Memory enchantments, death wish. Memory description. Those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled, friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death, and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death charge 1000. Sonny hesitated for a bit and then dismissed the charge. Okay. That's a bit strong. Not the strongest thing in the world, but it's also like a give and take. People hate you more.
I mean, it's just Sylvain's flaw with the ability to heal yourself. With the more people you've killed being able to charge in it. I mean, that's strong. Fucking hell.
Pocket Nephis Flame? Pretty much, yeah. Sonny hesitated for a bit and then dismissed the charm with a sigh. This powerful new memory of his could be extremely useful, without a doubt, especially the ability to bring him back from the brink of death. However, he suspected that he would have to kill 1,000 enemies to make the healing really worthwhile. It was still a powerful ability to have, but not in this current situation. He would have to build the charm's charger up for a long time to make use of it. For now, there was only one thing he could kill. For now, there was only one kill he was concerned about, and that was delivering the final blow to either Noctis or the Ivory Lord. As if answering his thoughts, a sudden moment attracted his attention out there to the Ivory City, and then a thundering roar split the world apart. The dragon was coming. The memories we have in the future are so ass compared to this shit. Oh, that sucks. That's fucking doo-doo. Because that is just a handy-ass thing to fucking have laying about. That's funny. Chapter 3071, The Child of the Sun, Child of the Moon. Sonny shuddered, turning his head to the center of the Ivory City. The thunderous roar that had just rolled across the flying islands chilled him to the bone, making both of his hearts stutter. The voice of Servax, the Ivory Dragon, was filled with so much sorrow, wrath, and madness that every dire horror Sonny had experienced in the Kingdom of Hope paled in comparison. It was like the voice of death itself coming to drag them down to hell. Taking an involuntary step back, he looked at Noctis and asked hoarsely, Wasn't he supposed to be the sanest of the Chain Lords? If I said something about that, it would be spoilers. Ah, okay. The sorcerer opened his eyes, remained motionless for a moment, and rose to his feet. He was. Noctis glanced at the direction of the sky below, where the corpse of the Sun Prince swayed forlornly, tangled in the chains. He is not anymore. As all of them watched, the gargantuan silhouette rose above the city. Sun glistened on the ivory scales of the great beast, and as he moved through the sky, a deep shadow covered the streets and houses. The dragon was much more beautiful, majestic, and terrifying than Sonny could have ever imagined. It radiated a feeling of power and holiness that it was so intense that it could reach across dozens of islands and crashed into them like a wave, making the members of the cohort pale. Servax looked more like a creature of myth than an actual monster. In fact, calling him a monster would have been unthinkable. However, the nightmare creatures were... He was the opposite. His mighty body, his white scales, his shining eyes, his terrible maw. All of it was stuffed with profound and dreadful splendor. The whole body of the great beast was surrounded by a golden halo of divinity which only Sonny could see. All of that immeasurable power, all of that immolating fury, all in that inhuman madness was aimed at them. Only Noctis remained indifferent, looking at the approaching dragon with a steady gaze. Sonny grew dark. Are you going to fight that? Noctis lingered for a moment, and then glanced at him and smiled. He finally lost his mind. The mindless enemy is not too terrible to face. With that, Noctis took a step forward and glanced over his shoulder. And he said in a wistful tone, "Remember you promised me, my friend." In that next moment, the figure of the sorcerer shimmered and disappeared, turning into a torrent of pure light. Sonny and the rest of the river of beautiful light. Sonny looked at the rest of the river of beautiful light and suddenly surged forward, pale under the bright radiance of the sun. All of them suddenly felt something moving in their hearts, as if they were touched by the presence of true divinity, as if they were witnessing something sacred. Fucking hell. Yeah, memories don't exactly scale with higher levels. To be fair, they're already OP, not needing memories much in the future. I wish memories just broke then. Like just make certain memories break easier so you can manufacture more kinds or like more unique memories. It doesn't have to be stronger than the last one, it can just be more creative in its utility. But I guess for G3, who is kind of stuck in like a hellish contract, I can't really blame him for not really wanting to. 2 degrees? Damn, girl, what the fuck are you doing? Anyway. As the pale light rose to meet the white dragon, it flowed and swirled, shaping itself into a form of a colossal, ghostly wolf. On its forehead, the shape of the crescent moon shined radiantly. The wolf, whose body was weaved of moonlight, opened its maw and let out a deafening howl. Then it collided with the frenzied dragon and was obliterated. He was made out of nothing but ethereal light, after all. But although the shape of the wolf was broken, the light remained and washed over Servax and clung onto his scales, tens of thousands radiant fans sinking into them at the same time. It was as though the dragon was fighting a boundless swarm of fireflies instead of a single beast. Servax roared in pain and twisted its long neck as the stream of annihilating flame shot out of its maw, destroying thousands upon thousands of motes of light. Drops of sizzling blood fell to the ground from the skies. Sonny stared up, paralyzed by the mind-boggling scale of the otherworldly sight of the heavenly crash. Beast of Twilight. For better or for worse, he had no time to observe the fight between the descendants of the gods. In this battle, he had one role to play. With a sigh, Sonny turned his gaze to the beautiful Ivory City and dashed forward. He had to enter the Ivory City. Memories are still creative, but not very useful anymore. Well, in recent chapters, there was a crazy use of a memory, but then again, spoilers. I mean, if it's recent, I'm not gonna get there until, like, what? Fucking November? At the pace I do things. When it's... Fuck off. Friends sending me stupid shit. sure that's alright. In higher rank, those depend on memory as a crutch. Oh. I mean, that's depending on the memory and then just properly utilizing it, though. If you're depending on the memory, oh, well, that's just on you. In the future, the shipwreck island... Oh my god. In the future, the shipwreck island had been connected to the Twisted Rock, and there was nothing directly bordering the rift after the small island crumbled into the sky below. However, this had not happened yet. The rift did not even exist. Instead, it bordered the average city. Sonny jumped down to the heavenly chain, realizing that he could traverse this one already. Once, back then, it had been rusted and sick, being slowly devoured by the chained worms, and the Mordred mimic had run across it, escaping the waking worm there while Sonny pursued. Now the heavenly chain looked as good as new. Trying to conserve his essence, Sonny fell off and turning into a shadow simply ran forward. With his 4 cores and the augmentation of his 4 shadows, his speed was nothing short but staggering. Especially because he used to use his upper arms to propel himself forward. As well, running more like a beast than a human. As the 4-armed devil shot across the chain, the 2 Transcendents continued to fight in the sky. He caught a glimpse of them from time to time, or simply felt powerful shockwaves travel through the air, making his bones tremble with the heavy chain sway. The dragon was still enveloped by the swarm of light, spewing streams of fire to burn away. The light, however, constantly moved, breaking apart the coalescing together, changing shape and causing more. Oh my god, my throat. Changing shape and causing more and more pain to the great beast. Sometimes the colossal form of the ghostly wolf appeared in a short moment and delivered a vicious attack, then dissolved again to avoid retaliation. That's why the Gunlug was trash. The Gunlug was a sleeper with a useless aspect. Give him time and he would have easily become a master. Everyone but Steve had the potential to become a master. Was Steve the cook? Or like the shopman? The Gunlug had the potential to become a saint. Echo or not, he had the madness. And he had the skill. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like somehow, some way, Nephis was able to covert the Gunlug onto her side. The shopkeeper, yeah, I thought so. If she was able to coerce him into being on her side, giving them not only 1,000 more men to like actually train with and to use the armory for, like, yeah, he probably would have become a master. I don't know about Saint, because I don't know his ability to work with others. Obviously, there's the potential that, like, he could have just became a saint naturally. Like, become a master through a nightmare seed and then become a saint naturally. But I don't know. Well, yes, but it feels good to slander him. Well, we never know if we never knew what his awaken aspect is. It could be a game changer for the Gunlug. Yeah, rather than it just be like him gaining strength and speed and water surface, he could gain it in the rain as well. Which would actually be fucking insane. But the wrong kind of madness. He would have cracked under pressure. I mean, he verbatim did, though. He literally cracked under pressure. The cool head, for the most part, was the facade. He cracked under a decade of pressure fighting monsters that were Awakened Plus. I don't feel like... I'm not trying to undermine his skill. I'm more like... trying to give him like an appropriate guesstimation on where he would be. I think it is the correct kind of madness he needs to be a saint, to be in charge of people, but not the correct kind to get any stronger effectively, you know? Everyone else in the series will be too. Yep. It seemed as though Noctis was just one mistake away from being gravely wounded and broken by the dragon's flames, and yet he was not making any mistakes fighting this devious, cunning, and fierce will. The sorcerer always seemed one step ahead of Servax, but with every flash of annihilating fire, a small part of him was destroyed. Sonny did not know how much longer Noctis could hold, but for that reason, his task was growing more and more pressuring. He had to reach the Ivory Tower before one of the saints fell. Chapter 732. Servras. Aiko's the weakest Forgotten Shore survivor, right? Aiko? If so, then yes. Yep. 100%, yeah. It's either that or the maids. It's either her or the maids, but I would probably put more money on her. Like, she never verbatim is in any fight. She gets assaulted, but she's never in a fight. You think he'll be able to handle the nightmare in the same level as the cohort? Yeah. With his people? Yes. He was in charge of the Forgotten Shore for, like, what? At least 5 years. He was a young 20s by the time Nephis had killed him. And he was successfully in charge of the Dark City. So yeah, I feel like him and his direct coordinators, his direct men, would be able to conquer a lot of the nightmares. I have full belief in that. As the battle between the Ivory Dragon and the Beast of Twilight grew more and more devastating, Sonny raced across the heavenly chains and approached the wall of the Ivory City. Up above, Cervix and Noctis continued to rip each other apart. The fury battled enough to shatter the sky. Effie was in no condition to fight, and Cassie had exhausted all of her soul essence she had been battling during her escape from the falling ship. As well, so the other two stayed behind taking care of each other. There were only 2 members of the small cohort still capable of diving into battle, Sonny and Kai. Each had their own task, and they had gone their own way to complete it. From now on, maybe until the very end of the nightmare, Sonny would be on his own. Summoning the Dark Wing, he had pushed his way to the top of the city wall and remained there for a moment, hiding in the shadows of the graceful guard tower. The Ivory City laid beneath him, bathed in sunlight. It was as beautiful as he remembered, even more so close. One ascended or even a transcendent nightmare. I know some nightmares have certain levels to it, right? Like certain special nightmares are certainly stronger than others.
But I don't think he's stupid enough to do anything that's not in his level. His level specifically.
His cohort was such the method he would use as an Iron Fist, which you can see they need not follow the same outcome. Well, obviously not. Half of them fucking died. And then half of them tried to take over the actual tower itself. I'm still going to be of the belief that he would have survived. Regardless. Or, if he had listened and coerced with Nephis and her army, then at least 1,000 more people would have survived the actual Forgotten Shore itself. And like, I feel like you would have gotten far. You was already strong. You already had a notoriety of like being in charge. He had enough people respect him. So he definitely would have gained a notoriety very similar to Nephis. Each seed has a rank which they could clear. Which can clear to ascend into that rank. Okay. Then yeah, I definitely don't think he's stupid enough to actively jump into a seed he isn't ready for. The graceful building were constructed of pristine white stone. The vibrant green vines crawling up the walls here and there. Sparkling water murmured as it flowed through the carved channels. Incredible aerial bridges that were arching aqueducts across connected dozens of the flying islands together. Now that the sun had risen, upon thousands of people had poured into the streets. All of them looked healthy and beautiful. The tan, the jute skin covered by white garments. Sonny could imagine Elias growing up happily in this beautiful place. In this paradise built in blood. Right now, every person in the average city was looking up at the sky. Fear and awe mixed in their faces with eyes burning with zeal. Okay. All of them were whispering prayers. May the sun shine upon you, Lord Servax. Bless us, Ivory Dragon. Protect us. Protect us. Their prayers rose to the sea, battering into the crazed dragon and roared in sorrow and pain as the ruthless light bit into him again and again, drawing blood and diving him even deeper into madness. Suddenly, Sonny shivered. He remembered what Noctis had told him once about the noble, vigilant and wise Servax, the Ivory Lord, that he was both the sanest of them all and the closest to utter madness. Hi, Artemis. Remember Steve? Sonny was surprised that he see a fat sleeper. What's the chance that's his flaw? I guess we will never know. Spire, messengers, 7 heroes, not knowing no one's coming through this less dedication, he would have lost so much people. Like the current one, only Awaken can either complete. There's no one to kill the sun. You didn't need to kill the sun though. Like the sun hadn't died by the time everyone else had gotten there. Nephis was just kind of distracting it. Oh, but Nephis definitely wouldn't have been strong enough. Oh shit, yeah, maybe then. Maybe he would have failed. Because Nephis carried, like... Not carried, but like Nephis and Sonny fucking pulled their backs together. And they had to get exponentially stronger. Like, Nephis literally killed the Gunlog and gained, like, a whole new soul core. Just to be, like, semi-confident in her ability to actually challenge the tower. So, yeah, maybe. But her, the Gunlog and everything, they would still need one person to be behind, is the issue for me. And the point of the Forgotten Shore when it comes to Nephis destroying that, like, specific creature, the sun, or the creature that was, like, absorbing the soul of the sun, pretty much, was that Nephis had finally completed what she had wanted from the very beginning of the Forgotten Shore, and that was to transcend it. She didn't want to just get out. She wanted to basically conquer the fucking place, and she did. She killed the Gunlog. She helped explore the entirety of the Forgotten Shore. She learned its history and defeated its history. She got everything she wanted from the Forgotten Shore, pretty much. By the way, what did you think of the half chapter or so of Nephis POV we got in between? What, a chapter like 500? I liked it. I liked it a lot. But that's also because I really like Nephis as a character. People think she's plain. I think they don't read into her enough. Because Nephis is, and I don't think this is a hot take, unarguably the most complicated character in the Forgotten Shore. It's not Close, it's not Sunny, it's not Cassie, it's not the Gunlog, it's Nephis. So her, like, knowing for a fact, well, I don't. I don't and I do. Alright. I don't know for certainty whether or not Nephis. There's a theory about Nephis in the Forgotten Shore. Do you want to know? Is it spoilers? There's still very much we don't know about the Forgotten Shore, like the Black Sea. Is she really that complicated, though? I think she's complicated as in her goal. Especially if you look at her compared to Sunny. The pair of them mirror each other fucking perfectly in the Forgotten Shore. What did I miss? We're like 2.5 chapters in so far, and we're talking about Nephis. And now I still think she is one of the better characters. I would agree with Josh and say that she is. In the Forgotten Shore, at the very least, in the Forgotten Shore, she is 100% the best or, like, most complicated character to try and read through. Not only in the essence of, like, actively trying to understand who she is as a person, but, like, the goal she is actively trying to do. Why does she care about Sunny in the way that she in the way that she does? Why she is the person specifically that needs to take care of the Gunlog. Why she is the person specifically that needs to complete the raid on the Ivory Tower. The... oh, fuck it, the tower. I can't remember the name of it. Why she is the one that has to take care of the sun. There's, like, multiple layers to Nephis' character in just the Forgotten Shore. That it's hard for me to not look at that and go, yeah, she's easily the best written character in the Forgotten Shore. Sunny's up there as, like, one of my favorite characters. And I still think he is the best written character so far. But he is also the fucking MC. I would expect him to be one of the best written characters in the show. Or in the web novel, even. Sunny just likes existing and is happy with that. Crimson Spire, that's it. Thank you very much. True, she is a good character. She's the most complicated, but I liked Sunny more. Yeah, exactly. The nuance is very, very subtle, even more so as we go into later chapters. Nephis is very, very good as a character. She's a very subtle character. She doesn't verbatim explain everything that's on her mind. You kind of have to, like, dilly-dally between what she says, how she portrays herself, and how the narrative treats her and what her accomplishments are. And I feel like that goes even deeper when you compare what Sunny does, what his character is, what his motivations are, how he treats other people, and what the narrative wants to treat him as when correlating with Nephis, who is his second half. And when you do that, the pair of them are fucking unbelievable characters in the Forgotten Shore. They're yin and yang in the Forgotten Shore. I love the pair of them. I just like Nephis a little bit more than Sunny in the Forgotten Shore. Just a tiny incy bit, but that's because I like looking into her as a person. Sunny's the third for me. Oh, in the Forgotten Shore, yeah. It's Nephis, Sunny, Kai. Without Nephis, they would take way more time, maybe even... they would have never escaped. That's something I can promise you now, they would have never escaped. Or at the very least, Sunny, Cassie, Kai, and Effie would have been the only ones to actually get out. They would have left everyone else behind without Nephis. The intuitive understanding of her never expressed, which makes guessing her motives and ideas interesting. The thing is, all you have to do is, like, kind of read into her a little bit. You can see her actions, you can see what she's saying, you can see how she communicates with people. And her name specifically, Changing Star. Like, all leads into the kind of motivations that she is. She's very much a person who wants to make a statement. She wants to leave a mantle on the fucking world. And doing so in a place that is literally making the one place that is forgotten by the world a landscape that had been like trapped for fucking at least a decade, coming out and being like, I saved everybody. I saved everybody. This is my fucking statement. Says so much for her character. It's insane. There's also because she's not our MC, we also don't get her inner monologue, so we don't have to infer her character development. Yeah. Star of Ruin and Change. Yep. Instead of outright saying, this is the turmoil she is in, this is the progress she's made. Yep. I'm a big brother, so after chapter 166, I became something of a follower of Sunny. And volume 2. After 2 days. I am also a big brother. I also feel for Sunny, like, heavily. Like, heavily. True to her name. In the Forgotten Shore, she is the MC and Sunny's the side character. No. Sunny's the main character. She is the deuteragonist. They're both equally as important. No, they're not. Nephis is more important than Sunny in the Forgotten Shore, but they're both as important to the general narrative. Yeah, but we follow the MC's POV, not hers, which is why it's so interesting. Yeah. And I can't wait to see her in the next volume, which I'm assuming is going to happen pretty much immediately, because not having Nephis for, 2 full fucking volumes? Like, that's stupid. I need to see Nephis more. Nephis is the MC of the world, Sunny is our MC. Debatable. Anyway, let's get back to reading. I'm done kind of glazing Nephis for a little bit. Cerberus had resisted hope longer than any of the Chain Lords, but it was precisely for that reason why he was the most sustainable to her poison. Due to his uncompromising resilience, he had maintained most of his sanity intact, and so he had never had a chance to build up a tolerance to the insidious influence of the Diamond of Desire over the ages. I have a theory. Theory I was talking about was Nephis having 2 calls before the Forgotten Shore. She was, but then Sunny had to step up. She was the role model for him. I don't like the idea that she had 2 soul calls before the Forgotten Shore. I feel like it would have made sense by the end of Forgotten Shore she would have had 3. But coming in with 2 I feel like is a bit... What's going on in the story right now? Kai is fucked off doing something. Sunny's trying to make his way to the Ivory Tower. And Noctis is turning into a bunch of flies and a gigantic werewolf, killing the dragon any way chance he can. I don't see how she could have... I don't see how she could get that many soul shards. Do you think she's going to be in the next volume? 110%, yes. By the end of this volume, Sunny would have finally kind of understood his character a little bit more, since Effie and Kai. When this is done, everyone's going to have the full realization that the lives they kind of want isn't the lives they need to live out. Right? No. Yeah, she starts with 1 is what I think. Yeah, she definitely starts with 1. But she gains 1 and a bit. She probably gained the 3rd one after killing the Gunlog. Or the sun. But no. Everybody in this, the volume 4, do you think there'll be romance with Sunny when she returns? Immediately? No. Not, like, right away. I think Sunny will be ecstatic this year, like, internally. Or at least Nephis will be, like, a little bit of ecstatic to see Sunny. But he'll be mad. Like Loki. the next 10 chapters are going to be peaks or read, dude. Yeah, you know what? I'll write down what I was going to tell y'all in a quick second. That's not how you spell bodies. There we go. Got it written down. So I can explain why I think Nephis is going to be coming back through the explanation of everybody. In her first nightmare, she had to kill one at the end to complete her nightmare. She was broke as hell to upgrade after coming back. So yeah, I think she got 2 from the Forgotten Shore. Yes, I do know her first nightmare. Sunny and Nephis were having a conversation. Nephis was talking to Sunny about her first nightmare, and Sunny was talking to her about him meeting his sister for the first time in, like, 10 years. Yeah, exactly. She'll return. She'll return. I don't know how she's going to return, but she will. Now that the death of the Sun Prince had pushed him over the edge, everything that Cervex had been stalwarts in keeping suppressed broke out of control and flooded his mind in an instant. Hundreds of years of harrowing struggle crashed into a bastion of insanity all at once. Noctis had also said the Ivory Lord both loved and hated his people. That they were burden weighed heavily on his soul, one which he could not escape due to his sense of duty. They were bound to the dragon, to themselves, and their faith, their devotion, their trust, and their dependency. Looking down, Sonny saw a wide square directly under the section of the wall he was hiding at. It was crowds of thousands of people, all staring into the sky with faith and hope shining in their eyes. Slowly, another image appeared in front of his eyes, the vestige of the twisted rock, as it had been in the future. All of this future had been for nothing, even the uneven expanse of the dark stone. That stone, however, had looked really strange. It was as if once, a long time ago, it had been melted by unimaginable heat and then solidified again, creating a strange shape and swirls. Here and there, black bones and protrudes from the molten stone, telling the tales of countless humans and beasts who were drowned in a scorching inferno. The sight was eerie and disturbing, like something torn from the actual hell. He paled. Below him, the citizens of the average city prayed, "Protect us! Protect us!" Oh, shit. Yeah. It's the famous Forgotten Shore convo. You can't imagine how they meet again. Oh, I love that. Yay. I love that for me. She absorbed soul essence directly from killing the nightmare creature, and she could absorb the soul shards, hence why she progressed so fast. Yeah, there's also that. There's also the idea that she killed the Gunlog, who had basically a fully saturated soul, and she absorbed all of that. So yeah, by the end of the Forgotten Shore, she, for sure, 10 billion% had 3 soul calls. In the next moment, the dragon roared as he received an exponentially painful wound. Beads of the crimson blood rolling down the ivory scales. Losing his last crumbs of sense, he twisted in the air to better see his enemy. A breath out of torments of immortal flame. However, his enemy was too cunning. Noctis had positioned himself between the dragon and the crowd in the streets, hoping to use the city below as a shield, or maybe hoping to taunt Cerberus into destroying it. His cruel trap worked. The stream of pale light danced on the way to the river of fire, which fell down and engulfed the square in a moment later. Oh shit! Sonny staggered back. In an instant, thousands of people were burned to death. The flesh turned to ash. The square became a scorching inferno, even with the stone itself melting and turning into an incandescent lava. Cries of pain and horror filled the air. Some people survived and tried to flee, but the fire was everywhere around them. There was no escape. This was the response of the Avery Lord, sent to their prayers. Horrified, Cerberus froze in the air and looked down, shocked, swirling in his radiant bestial eyes. Sonny could practically see the internal struggle that happened in the muddled mind of that magnificent dragon. In a short moment, the light of reason grew brighter in his eyes, and then it became fully extinguished. Not caring anymore, and longing for freedom, the dragon let out another furious roar and breathed out another powerful stream of fire, destroying a small part of the hateful enemy, but also drowning several streets of the Avery city in flame. Sonny stared at the slaughter, petrified, but to shook his paralysis off. It did not matter how vile and tragic the fate of the Avery dragon and his city had turned out to be. All that matters was he had managed to get through the burning hell below himself. With a low growl, Sonny summoned the memory of the fire into the mantle of the underworld and jumped down. There was not much time left. Fucking hell, I wasn't expecting him to lose his shit that quickly. If I remember, she was halfway through forming the fourth when Sonny checked her runes when he got out the Forgotten Shore. She was something like 2,000 out of 3,000. Yeah, that does sound about right. Mordred is cooking in the background right now. Which shadow do you like so far? My favorite is Saint, but the one I like the most? Soul Serpent. Easily Soul Serpent. Utter madness. Yeah. Mordred, the Prince of Frauds. Prince of Frauds is fucking funny.
Oh, I can't wait to see why the fraud allegations exist.
Because so far he is not living up to the fraud allegations just yet. Just yet. Chapter 733. Inferno. I need to shave my armpits, man. Oh my god. Off-screen merchant, that one. Crazy work. As two immortals fought in the sky above, the average city more and more became engulfed in fire. Driven mad by the grief, pain, and terrible weight of his endless life, the noble dragon had lost his last of his sanity. In his frenzy to destroy the elusive, hateful enemy, he brought down a prelude of immolting flame upon the beautiful city. The loss of life was tremendous. The suffering of dying people was indescribable. The heat was unbearable. Thousands died in the fire, and thousands more were being burned to ash every minute. Panic and horror drowned the whole city, turning its citizens into a mindless mob. They tried to run, trampling countless people to death, only to be swallowed by the flame in the next few seconds. The buildings of white stone were melting like candles. The graceful aerial bridge that connected the islands were crumbling into the abyss. Suffering, death, and destruction reigned supreme. And above it all, the Avery Tower stood, sublime and heartless, indifferent. Sonny traversed the dying city, witnessing the apocalyptic sight of its terrible demise. As he moved through the city, the burning alleyways and streets, it seems as though the whole world was come to an end. It was surrounded by smoke, fire, and an echoing catastrophe of human screams, assaulted from all sides by the ghastly smell of burning flesh and the pervasive feeling of despair, primal fear, desperate primal fear even. You can't say that in recent chapters with what he pulled. Okay. I just saw bracket spoilers and I'm not reading what he said. Overhating Mordred is like overhating Yuta. You have to make it good and it becomes art. Overhating Yuta is actually fucking futile. Cause I'll never understand the amount of hate that kid gets, like, ever. When he is unarguably the third strongest character in that series by the end of regular JJK. He's like 5th, if you include modular. He's either 5th or 6th. The Lord of Light was the god of creation, but he was also the god of destruction. Today, his aspect was descended upon the doomed city with all of his harrowing glory. Sonny himself was one mistake away from being destroyed. He was running through the burning nightmare, sticking to shadows in way he could and using smoke to hide his presence from the panicking mob. With his powerful claws and talons, it was not hard for him to scale the buildings to propel himself off the walls and stay above the crowd. Reaching the edge of the island, he could use the bridge to adequately to equipped, fucking hell, or a heavenly chain to reach the next one. Sonny was fast and powerful enough to save himself from the fires and that was swiftly spreading through the Ivory City, devouring flesh and stone with equal hunger. However, nothing was going to save him from Servax unleashing a river of flame in his head. Not even the mantle of the underworld was going to survive a direct clash against the dragon's flame for more than a second. All he could rely on were his intuition and quick reaction. Reaching the edge of the large building's roof, Sonny prepared to leap over the street below, but staggered back and dove into the shadows, appearing a few dozen meters away. A split second later, a pillar of raging fire fell from above, erasing the building he was aiming for from existence. He was taking the whole street with it. The roof he was standing on was cut in half and the whole structure shredded, started to collapse in sweltering inferno. The path forward was cut off by an annihilating fire, forcing him to change his course. Cursing, Sonny dashed to the side, jumped down, and glanced at the sky. Surprisingly, Noctis was still resisting the frenzied dragon. The river of light that his transformed form consisted of looked pale and weak with an overbearing radiance of the sun. The aura of terrifying might that emitted the Servax made it seem more inadequate. The difference of power between them was clear and immense. And yes, the Beast of Twilight was holding his own. Now that the Ivory Lord had succumbed to madness and abandoned all reason, he had turned into a mindless beast. A great one, but a beast nevertheless. Despite being at a tremendous disadvantage, the sorcerer had been using his cunning and devious malice to stay one step ahead of the enemy. Fucking hell. I will never stop glazing this novel. Fair. JR. How dare you steal my name? Neither do I understand Mordred Slender. Calling out fraudulent is the reason my heart still beats. You haven't seen what Mordred can do in the upcoming volume. You'll be shocked. I'm fully caught up. No. He can bend reality and call his friends Blackbeard. Together they... That's a fucking great one. That's a fucking great one, Phantom. Or Phantom. Oh, fucking hell. Oh my god, where am I? Constantly moving and shifting its form, the pale light swirled around the dragon and seeped between its scales to relentlessly bite into its flesh. Even though each wound was small and inadequate and inconsequential, fuck me, they brought the beast a lot of pain. From time to time, the light coalesced into a giant wolf and sank its fangs into the dragon, shattering the scales directly. Noctis was always careful to position himself between Cervex and the Ivory City, forcing the crazed Chain Lord to cause more and more destruction. The more pain Cervex experienced, the more of his beloved city he had destroyed. The deeper in his madness and desperation grew, and the less reason reminded his damaged mind, making it easier for the ruthless sorcerer to fight him. Countless tiny wounds he had delivered the dragon were slowly starting to accumulate. However, Noctis was being damaged himself, as well. Although he was able to dodge most of the flame, each time a small part of him was being involuntary. Fuck it. Each part of him was being destroyed. Some words I'm just not going to be able to fucking read today. What a comment to come back to. Gave me a good chuckle, which sucks because I'm in a library at my college. Out of college, watching a guy read Shadow Slave is crazy, but but you're also shit talking with people, so you can't complain that much. Noctis is the goat. I'm still going hard. Fair. Sonny simply could not tell who was going to win this terrible battle. He had prepared for both outcomes, just as Noctis had told him. As the two clashing transcendents circled the sky, they slowly moved towards the Ivory Tower. Sonny was getting closer to it too. He had already traversed half a dozen islands, somehow managing to suffer only a couple of serious burns. Now only a few chains separated him from the great propaganda itself. As he climbed into the last island before the one he was aiming for, a terrible roar suddenly thundered above, making the whole world shudder. Falling to his knees, Sonny pressed his hands against the ears and looked up, stunned. What he saw made him freeze in shock. The great dragon Cervex was falling. His ivory scales were painted red and a large chunk of flesh was missing from his neck. A river of sizzling blood was floating, and a terrible wound at one of his mighty wings seemed to be broken. Unable to support his weight in the air, the dragon plummeted from the skies and crashed heavily into the Ivory City, raising a cloud of dust disappearing from view. Sonny swayed and slowly stood up. Crazy bastard, he actually did it. Noctis won. Turned around, he searched the sky at the sea and saw a form of a ghostly wolf engulfed in flame. The pale light was being swiftly devoured by it and disappeared entirely. Instead, a small human figure fell down, landing somewhere far away in the city. He knew that Noctis was still alive. The sorcerer was immortal after all. However, Sonny doubted that he would be able to recover anytime soon. It didn't matter though. The sorcerer had already done his part. Cervex was mortally wounded, and all that remained was to thrust the knife into his flesh, making the wound actually kill him. Sonny dashed forward. The Ivory City loomed above him. Obstructing the sky, he had reached the edge of the island and traversed the last chain to approach its foundation. The island he was currently traversing was devoid of any buildings. Instead, it was just one tall, jagged piece of white rock protruding from its center, with a soot-covered chain covering it. Not paying any attention, Sonny ran to the aerial bridge that led to the Ivory Island. As he approached it, however, he slowed down and stopped completely. A lone human figure was standing on the edge, sitting on the steps leading the bridge. The stranger was relaxed and seemed unconcerned by the titanic battle that had just taken place. With his back turned to the Ivory Tower, the man was looking directly at Sonny, waiting for him.
Ah, bollocks. What does Mordred want, man? Final obstacle. What does Mordred want, man? Your background noise while I study autonomy and physiology. Med student? Noctis is my goat. Yeah, dental school? Fucking hell, dental? I mean, fair enough, like, but yeah. Can't get. He is finally here. Yeah, it seems like Mordred's finally here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm low-key scared. Anytime Mordred appears on screen, I like shitbricks a little bit. With no matter how much y'all say fraudulent, I'm always gonna be like, ugh. The Ivory Island was separated from the rest of the city by a wide chasm. Once it had been connected to 7 islands by an unbreakable chain. Now only 2 remain. There had been several arching bridges leading to it, as well as most of the long collapsed. Only one stood still, arching the monumental build in a pristine white stone. An old man with a wrinkled face and grey hair was sitting on the steps leading to the bridge, dressed in a white tunic. It was different from the clothes that most of the citizens wore, but resembled that of a priest. The man had a frail body and pale blue eyes. The man's face was strangely calm. He observed the burning city with solemn indifference, as if the weight of the years had made him numb to the cruelest of the mortal realm. Even though the world was ending, the elder remained poised and dignified. Noticing the devil approaching, the old man tiredly leaned on his cane. "Stop, creature. This is a sacred land. You are not allowed to go further." Sonny stopped a few meters away from the stranger and studied him for a few moments. Then he sighed and said in his voice, "Why the charade? Drop it, Mordred." The old man looked at him with confusion, then suddenly grinned. His whole presence suddenly shifted, becoming much more energetic and unrestrained. He laughed dryly and shook his head. "What's a pity? What gave me away?" Sonny shrugged. "I knew that you would show up sooner or later, and there's not much later left." Mordred, who inhabited the old frail body, smiled. True. Thank you very much, Sunless. You fulfilled my request to keep Noctis alive very well. In fact, his face darkened a little. I'd say that you even performed a little too well. Who could have thought the Beast of Twilight would still win, despite not having the Night Oracle support? Makes me feel as though all of my ordeals in the North were a bit silly. The old man sighed and smiled again. No matter. It can still be salvaged. However, I was very serious. Sorry to say this, but you can't go any further, Sunless. Sonny tilted his head a little, staring at Mordred with a dark expression. Oh yeah? How are you gonna kill that damn dragon without my knife? I am sure you know that I witnessed the Temple of the Chalice. The old man gave him a polite nod. Oh, I do. It was rather a spectacle. But, Sunless, you see that this is why I can't allow you to cross that bridge. Sonny frowned. What do you mean? Why? Mordred looked at him with surprise. Well, because I need Cervex alive, of course. Killing him would ruin months of torturous effort I put into preparing everything. Resembling in this feeble body all that time was not a pleasant, you know. But there are very few people in the Ivory Lord that allows to tend him, and this priest was his best choice. Sonny gritted his teeth and then uttered with frustration. Keep Noctis alive? Keep Cervix alive? Damn it, what the hell do you actually hope to achieve, Mordred? You are clearly not planning to free Hope. What else ends this nightmare? What do you want? The old man blinked a couple times, confused appearing on his face. Free Hope? He thought for a moment, shook his head and smiled. Of course I'm not here to free Hope. That is the reason why I entered this seed. His smile twisted slightly
a disturbed glint igniting in his eyes. I'm here to kill her. I was fucking right! I was fucking right, cunt! God damn it. I feel like I've missed a shit ton of chat. I haven't examined 3 hours as well trying to de-stress. Jesus fucking Christ, sorry dude. Nah, Sonny about the farm a buttload. He's the kind of character in Shadow Slave. But only when his off-screen cohort is around. You guys don't get it, he's secretly the MC. But I was fucking right! God damn it, dude. The funniest joke ever told in this series. What, that he's trying to kill her? If so, not very fucking funny. Right. Okay. Keep reading. I'm on the edge of my seat. Funniest joke in Shadow Slave. It was Mordred coming to this world. Okay, fuck off. As the words echoed in the silence, Sonny stared at the fragile old man with a deep frown. Then he threw his head back and laughed. Kill her? Kill Hope? Have you completely lost your mind, Mordred? The banished prince shifted slightly and said in a neutral tone. Not completely. Hey, Quibbs. Sonny clenched his fist and then shook his head. In indignation. She's a demon, you fool. A divine being. A god. How are you, a mere wing, going to kill her? How can you hope to even scratch her? Mordred shrugged, looked at him with a friendly smile. Why? Have you never wanted to kill a god? Sonny stared at him with wide eyes. I am of a rather high opinion of myself, but I am not delusional. I know my limits, Mordred, don't you? The old man sighed. It's not like killing a god is impossible. They're all dead, after all. However, I understand your concern. I would not have wanted to face the demon of despair in battle. He lingered for a moment and added, but she is not exactly able to fight right now, is she? She is bound, sapped of most of her power, imprisoned for thousands of years. So, you see, I can't let you go breaking more of her chains. Your part is done, Sunless. Leave the rest to me. I will conquer this nightmare for the both of us. Well, and reap the reward, of course. Sonny bared its fangs. She might not be as powerful as she used to be before the sun god put her in her chains, but she's still a creature of divine rank. Your power alone is not enough to wound her, let alone kill her. Are you insane? Hope's poison has gotten to you. Mordred smiled. You are correct. I am not powerful enough to kill her alone. That's why I spent months carefully putting a few useful ideas into the Ivory Lord's muddled mind. I need not just to give him a little push, though. Kill his brother, destroy the city. You do well to assist him. A dangerous gleam appeared in the old man's eyes. Now that Cerberix has nothing left, he will direct his endless ire on Hope. That will be my chance. So, Sunless, I would advise you to stand down. If you truly know your limits, you won't stand in my way. Sonny stared at Mordred for a few moments. His eyes grew darker and darker. A tense silence settled between them. Then a swirl of sparks appeared in the devil's hands. The old man looked at it, his gaze growing sharp and cold. He was waiting to see what weapon Sonny was going to summon. However, Sonny did not summon a weapon. Instead, execute wooden chair appeared in his hand. Glaring at Mordred, Sonny put his chair on the ground and sat on it, crossed his arms. Well, go on. What are you waiting for? I wish you luck. Chapter 75, Settling Debts. What the fuck? I'm back. I fell asleep coding. Desire, not despair. I'm in my slender mode. Brilliant VA. Imagine being such a bad sister that your little brother came to your kingdom and didn't even bother to save you. I wonder what the memory killing a demon would give. Like killing a shadow god would probably give a memory that let you copy battle styles or some shit. Well, the almighty chair returns. Nothing because you can't kill a demon right now. No one can. The chair has appeared. The shadow chair versus Mordred. Who wins? Truly the greatest memory in Sonny's arsenal besides the rock. I have seen this fuck-ass image of this stupid-ass rock and this stupid-ass chair for months. Since at least December. Is this what this chair is about? The rock I could understand. It killed Caster. Fair enough. That's funny. Ha ha he he. But like, what the fuck? Also, I like how YouTube's telling me two different things. It says I've got 8 viewers here and then 12 viewers here. It can't pick a fucking side. All hail the shadow chair. The rock with J and a chain. Mordred studied this nightmare for years. He definitely has a way to kill the weakened demon. Both memories are beyond divine rank. Fuck me. You know what? Fine. I'll read. I'll read and see what this fuck-ass chair is about. But the rock has a cool shoe in the meme. Yeah, I'll never understand that. I will never understand why that rock has a fucking chair. Or shoes, even. Sonny sat comfortably in the elegant wooden chair, staring at Mordred with all 4 of his arms crossed. The chair was a bit small for his prodigious body, but due to the quality of the durability of the material that it was made out of, it managed to carry his weight rather well. Not just really knew the value of good craftsmanship. The old man, meanwhile, met his deadpan gaze with a mild, surprised expression slowly appeared on his face. All around them, the average city was being devoured by fire. After a while, Mordred shifted a little and said in amusement, "To be honest, I was expecting you to attack me." Sonny scoffed. "Why would I bother? You seem to be hell-bent on committing suicide, so I can just wait until Hope kills you and then carry on my initial plans." He thought for a bit and then added, "Plus, in the improbable case that you somehow succeed, I don't really lose anything. I'll still become a master due to the great Amanti clan valor might suffer the result, but what do I care? I have no relationship with them." The old man glanced at him with a pleasant smile. "That bow of yours suggests otherwise." Sonny chuckled. "My war bow? Do you like it? Well, I like it very much. What a beauty. Your family really knows how to craft a memory. However, you're mistaken if you think I received it from rendering a service to Valor or being close to your father. In fact, they don't even know I have it." I would prefer if it stayed that way too." Mordred tilted his head a little. "Have no worries, Sunless. Your secret's safe with me. All your secrets, actually. I have to admit, though, with how paranoid you are, I thought you would try and silence me at all costs. Aren't you afraid that I'll reveal them after escaping the nightmare?" Sonny smiled, lazily and shrugged. "Not really." He sighed and then said in a serious tone, "While it pains me that you know so much about me, you and I are similar in many ways. We both believe that knowledge is the origin of power, don't we? So sharing my secrets would be no different from me giving your power away. Why share the leverage you have on me with everyone when you can have it all to yourself?" Sonny's expression grew a little dour. "Of course, I would gladly kill you to destroy that leverage. However, The benefit of destroying you is not worth the risk of fighting you. You are one scary bastard, Mordred. You know that? Plus, I don't even know how to kill you, so what's the point? He was not lying. Although Sonny had grown more powerful than he had expected inside the nightmare, Mordred was much older and vastly more experienced. He also had a far greater background. If Sonny's suspicions were correct, not only was the Prince of Nothing inherited the lineage of the War God, but he was also raised by both the great clan Valor and Historian. He was a monster created by no one but two sovereigns, a monster capable of two, maybe outshine both of them. How could an outskirt rat like Sonny compete with that upbringing? He couldn't, at least not in a direct fight. A competition of wit, on the other hand. Who could say which one of them was more devious? As Sonny stared at him with a smile, Mordred remained silent for a few moments and slowly stood up. What remarkable restraint. Are you sure you don't want to attack me, Sunless? Sonny shook his head. I really don't want to. The old man looked at him and said with uncertainty, Well, I'll be going then. He lingered for a few moments before turning around and taking a step away. Sonny cleared his throat. There is one problem, though. Mordred froze, then faced him again, and a amused smile appeared on his lips. His eyes glistened dangerously. Oh? Sonny sighed. As much as I don't want to fight you, and as much as I wish you luck in ending this nightmare, I am a very, very petty person. I have a great memory. I turn to remember my grudges. He raised his hand and started counting on his fingers. You used me. You lured me into a trap and put me into a hot water with Clan Valor. Caused me and my friends weeks of terrible suffering and almost cost us our lives. And even tried to kill me yourself. You really, really owe me a lot, Mordred. Don't you think? The old man grinned. Ah, I see. How could you have been a little upset with my actions? Well, how do you suppose we settle my debts, Sunless? Sonny made himself comfortable and smiled. Then he said in a cheerful tone, I accept a transcendent memory. 6 or 7 should do. Mordred stared at him for a bit, then laughed. I see. Sadly, that would not be very convenient for me. Anything else you might consider? Sonny looked at him with regret. Well, in that case, there is another thing, I guess. I could prevent you from killing Hope. Ruin the plans you've been making for the better part of a decade. Torture you ruthlessly for weeks and then slowly destroy your body. That'll make us even, I think. Mordred looked at him with a somber expression. I thought you couldn't lie. Didn't you say you wouldn't attack me? Sonny shook his head. I said I don't want to attack you. I never said I won't. The old man sighed. Yes, I noticed. Pity. I hope to avoid this. And with that, the shadows around Sonny suddenly shifted and moved. A moment later, 5 identical 4-armed devils rose from each at least 3 meters tall. They all wore the fearsome onyx armor with a darkened veil, the beastly faces and black eyes. Each had 4 horns and each had one then broken. The devils radiated a suffocating, frightening feeling of malice and furious power. Sitting still in his chair, Sonny stared at the 5 shadow spawns and surrounded him. A trependant's face grew still. Gripping the extraordinary rock, he shivered and said grimly, Well, that's not good at all. Fucking hell. He summoned 5 versions of Sonny to fight him? Fuck me, how much do you hate a cunt? Shit in hell. Oh wow, I missed a fair bit of chat. After all, even the gods died, and if the gods and all the powers can die, who can say a demon who has been awakened and sealed for thousands of years can't die to Mordred? Sonny really has no grudge against Mordred. He wasn't expecting to do anything really bad to him. Mordred's getting powerful is annoying, but handleable. These are also the fact Sonny is pretty easy to kill at this point in time. Yeah, that's true. Sonny basically has, like, no essence left. You'd be surprised how annoying and dangerous Mordred can be. To be fair, this is Mordred's fault. After all, he was trapped in hell for a long time. Yeah, that's true. Sonny had missed an opportunity. Unlike The Rock, he never upgraded his chair. Fuck off with this stupid chair. So Mordred, I'll take 50k soul shards for divine ranked memories. He could have redeemed that. Imagine Sonny with Mordred's aspect, Mordred with Sonny's. The difference in how they would use it would be crazy. Yeah, Sonny would use it correctly. Chapter 7036, Surrounded. As I surround my toilet to go piss in it.
Goes, oh boy, I need a piss. I'm back.
The chair mocks Mordred solo. The Rock is overkill. Mordred will probably find a way to explode someone in the shadow from the cause. Though he'd probably be dead. No doubt about that. Oh yes. If they swapped like actual abilities, I don't think Mordred would have lasted very long. I don't think it would have lasted as long as Sonny. Why isn't the music playing? Fuck off. "7:36. Surrounded. 5 reflections surrounded Sonny, each bearing their own image. A towering shadowkin devil looked nothing short of terrifying. The grunts, the ironclad figures emanated the feeling of profound threat and malice, and their black eyes peered at him with inhumane intensity. It was deeply disturbing. Damn, am I that scary? Sonny leaned at the backrest of his chair and said without skipping a pause, "Lost from light. Kill that wicked old man." Ooh. The reflections continued to stare at him, amusing for a few moments, and nothing happened. An awkward sound hung in the air. Mordred chuckled. "You didn't really think that trick would work again, did you?" He smiled and glanced at the shadow devils with satisfaction. "Naturally, I bound them to myself before you arrived." Sonny glared at the old man for a bit and then looked away and shrugged. "Well, I was worth a try anyway." Disappointing. He studied the reflection for a second, trying to determine how powerful they were exactly. Unlike how Mordred had appeared during the soul battle, now Sonny could see one weak core in the fragile body of an old man. It was dim and unremarkable, hinting that he was looking at the priest's soul. At least it was a perfect imitation. It seemed that determining which body the Prince of Nothing possessed in a matter was impossible. His own soul was perfectly hidden. The reflection, on the other hand, were different. Quite bizarre. Sonny could see the shadow cores inside each of the creatures, but despite looking at the shadow devils, none of them were. All of them were ascended, but 2 out of the 5 were mere beasts, and 2 were monsters. and one was a demon. Sonny had no idea how the class progression worked when it came to reflections, but he suspected that they were less powerful than a mirror beast the eldest sibling had been. Mirror beasts had lived much longer and risen to an ascended devil after all. Still, 5 ascended reflections were most likely more than enough to rip him to shreds, especially considering each one of them was reflecting a wielder of a divine aspect. Sonny looked at Mordred, hesitated, and said somberly, "Very impressive, but also a bit underwhelming. I guess slaughtering thousands of mundane humans was not very nourishing for your monsters, huh? Now that I see them, I do agree with your accomplishments in the north might have been silly." The old man looked at him with a dark expression. "There's still enough to kill you." Sonny grinned. "Oh, let's not. You're not going to kill me." Mordred raised an eyebrow. "What makes you say that?" Sitting comfortably in his chair, Sonny shrugged. "What's the point? I'm more useful to you alive. Plus, if you get rid of me, you can say goodbye to all those useful memories I possessed. That would have been it. I would have been a bit scared if you had weeks to torture me, torturing me into surrendering them. But you don't." The old man smiled. "This is a very reasonable answer. However, are you sure that I am reasonable, man, Sunless?" Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine and forced out a weak smile. No, not really. I'm not sure, in any case. You are also underestimating me." Mordred frowned. "How so? Your allies seem to have abandoned you, and your shadows are wounded and can't be summoned again. What can you do against reflections?" Sonny glancing at the towering shadow devils with apprehension. Sonny lingered for a few moments and said, "Well, if you put it like that, it doesn't really seem like I can do much. These are all very powerful indeed. I'm already a bit of a menace, and these things possess all my powers, wielding them with the might of ascended, no less. However," he glanced at the old man. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. "I can't say the same thing about you, can it? You sacrificed all of your cores to create all these reflections. By now, you would have had succeeded in creating 1, maybe 2, but that still makes you weaker than me. And more than that, I couldn't help but notice that your aspect, terrifying as it might be, it doesn't offer you any direct combat augmentations. It's pure utility. So, while I can't kill your monsters," his eyes grew darker, suffused with a dangerous glow, "I can probably stand a good chance of killing your body before they can stop me." "Oh shit, okay." Weaves are unfair. Giving a double whammy with that 4 chapters? Not really. Weaves just enhances base stats. Blood Weave clapped the shadow so easily. That's unfair. Just, if he didn't figure out weaving, it would be mid, to be honest. Sonny utilizing weaving to like an actually useful extent is shocking, frankly. Because already having the Weaver's blood in the system's fucking broken. But him being able to, like, probably in the future outright create certain items, being able to change certain items to being more useful, like, that's just a broken-ass ability. I think we're forgetting that the Weaver makes him almost unkillable at the same rank. There's that too, yeah. Weaves are OP, Weaves are OP, actually. Without it, Sonny would already be dead. Sonny would be dead like 17 times over. He'd be dead from the tournaments, he'd be dead from the fucking gravity, he'd be dead from the Forgotten Shore at least 6 times. Sonny would be dead, so fucking dead at just this point in the series. Sonny taught himself the rarest sorcery. That's some genius level stuff. Yeah, Sonny is, like, high-key incredibly underrated when it comes to his actual intelligence. Like, Sonny's a smart bastard. His four shadows were wrapped around his body, filling it with explosive might. And while they were just a few meters separating him from the fragile old man, he could reach that distance in an instant. Mordred opened his eyes wide, took a shaky step back and raised his hands to protect himself. Oh, no, please don't. What would I do without a body? Then he shook his head and laughed. It's not like the whole city's full of people that I can take, right? Come to think of it, maybe I'll travel outside the city, find one of your allies and wear them instead. Which one should I pick, huh? The child or the cripple? I could kill two birds with one stone and deal with that infuriating oracle of yours at the same time. What a great idea, don't you think? Sonny grew quiet. No, I don't think that's a great idea. The old man looked at him darkly and shook his head and turned around. I suggest you don't move, Sunless. My reflections won't kill you, but that doesn't mean they won't be gentle. Pain is pain. Sonny is a monstrous genius. He learned swordsmanship on an insane level in a few years. He learned lost sorcery that Weaver himself created. Sonny already top 5 in swordsmanship. Sonny, you could argue to be top 5 pure combatants, period. I reckon by the time Sonny gets to his mid-20s, when I'm reading this, he will be a top 5 pure combatant, just pure skill top 5. With a handful of, like, older people who have had way more time to just fucking iron out everything to a more solidified extent than Sonny would be above him. Like, I imagine one of the sovereigns being, like, just a flat-out better combatant than him. But that's it. Oh, brother. He's maybe top 50. Once he becomes a saint, he'd definitely be a top 10. With that, he started climbing the steps and leading to the bridge. Sonny stared at his back, gritting his teeth, and then summoned the dying wish. As soon as the charm weaved itself, it merged with the mantle of the underworld. He sent all 4 of his shadows wrap themselves around the onyx armor, thus augmenting the underworld armament, enhancing it 4 times over. Already strengthened by it, the effect of the dying wish would tremendously enhance. Death wish. Those who witness the wielder of the memory are compelled. Friends to be inspired, foes to seek out the wielder out. Already a few steps away, Mordred suddenly slowed down, swayed a little, and turned around. His face was tense and full of fury. What? He stared at Sonny with madness and bloodlust in his eyes, then grimaced. What a vile memory. Nice trick, Sunless. But it won't work on me. The old man smiled in disdain, then suddenly froze. Slowly, a deep scowl appeared on his face. But why would you want me to attack Sunless? That doesn't make any sense. Do you know how dangerous I am? Unless, of course. His eyes widened. At the same time, Sonny grinned. And far away from them, across the vast expanse of the emptiness leading to the Ivory Island, a small figure had appeared from the darkness in the sky below, flying swiftly towards the bleeding dragon. Kai, baby! Kill that fuck-ass dragon, brother. I'm not saying Volume 4 Sonny is, like, a top 10. I'd be amazed if Sonny is, like, a top fucking 50 right now. I'm saying, like, as Sonny gets older, the more weapons he, like, fights with, the more people he fights with, the more nightmare creatures he fights against, the more dangerous scenarios he finds himself in, the more nightmare seeds he ends up venturing in. The stronger he gets, the better he gets at fighting, the wiser he gets at fighting. I can see him being arguably top 5, if not number 1, physical combatants in the series in pure skill. Yeah, but it's also... Yeah, but it's Morgan. I'm pretty sure, even compared to Saints, she's relative. Kai Solo is fiction, in terms of just skill. Morgan would be able to beat the weakest Saint in skill at most. I mean, good enough for her. Saints are just a different skill level. Right. Chapter 737. Self-reflection. Yeah, Future Sonny, sure, but people are saying Volume 4 Sonny is top 20. Fuck no. What? Among the Awakened? Yeah, he's probably, what, number 1? Well, not number 1, but, like, in that top 10 as an Awakened. The second he becomes an Ascendant, he'd probably be in that. I'm saying among the Awakened, by the way. Like, currently. He's already proven the fact he is, like, up there. Morgan should beat fraud allegations first. Yeah, Volume 4, Sonny? Fuck no. Fuck no. I would say he's a very dangerous combatant right now. Sonny is the top Awakened right now. Honestly, yeah. When he becomes a master, he'll be 2-1-ish. I wish this thing would keep playing fucking music, but no. Yeah, I can see it. Who the fuck? Who be you? Nope. I hate Instagram so fucking much. Sonny 1v1 any Awakened, he will win. Yeah. I don't know about Mordred at his, like, Tyrant level. Because we did see him get put belt to ass. Like, Mordred fucking bullied Sonny badly at that. When he was in his Soul Sea. And it was just a pair of them throwing hands. Sonny got beat bad then. Yes, because Neff is still a sleeper. Oh my god, I forgot Neff is still a fucking sleeper. I forgot Neff is still fucking... I forgot Neff is not even, like, an Awakened yet. Fuck. Oh, she's gonna be a demon. We're talking about pure skill. No raw stats. Yeah. Yeah, I still think even if it was like you make the pair of them equal stats, I still think Mordred would beat Sonny senseless. Well, not senseless, but he'd beat him in a fight. In the same way, I'd think Nephis would probably beat Sonny in a fight if they were equal stats. Sonny beats Morgan as a master. I mean, probably. He put up a shockingly decent fight when he wasn't awakened. That's why you'll be surprised when they meet. Yeah. Sonny would put Bella to ass against... Mordred would beat Sonny in pure skill. But Sonny can trick. So can Mordred. I feel like we forget that, like, intellectually, these two are fucking comparative. Mordred just has, like, what? A fucking decade more on Sonny. And he's trained by Valclan and Astorian, supposedly. Yeah, he was shot away, but that doesn't stop the idea of him having, like a literal decade plus of experience on Sonny. I think you should get back to reading. Yeah, fair. Mordred's tricks are out of date. If Soul Battle, Sonny always wins. Yeah, we've seen that. No. Go back. Self-reflection. Am I still on the thingy? Fuck me. Oh my god, this is a long-ass playlist. Oh my days. After Sylvain and the Sun Prince have been defeated, the light of the dawn washed over the scattered remains of the Kingdom of Hope, bringing it with a frenzied fury of the Ivory Dragon. Sonny knew that Servax would not be the only obstacle in the way. Throughout it all, he had never forgotten about Mordred. In truth, he was wary of the banished Prince of Valor than he was the immortal saint, no matter how powerful and dreadful they were. A full force of the Great Clan had failed to contain the Prince of Nothing. So what hope would Sonny have? Of course, he was not sure that Mordred would end up as their adversary in this nightmare, as they were allies during this hellish trial. After all, at least in theory. But he could not discount the possibility. In advance, Master Jed had given Sonny, before he ventured into the sea, stuck with him. Most of the hard-won wisdom she had shared in the past ended up being instrumental to his survival, so he made sure to remember her words. For that reason, Sonny and Kai agreed on a very simple plan. One of them took the obsidian knife, and the other the glass knife. Depending which one of the immortals fell, one man was going to finish the job, while the other was going to prevent the Prince of Nothing from intervening. In any case, the need to do so arose. As the saying went, it was unwise to put all your eggs in one basket. The type of eggs Sonny had, the most expensive, had belonged to the Great Devil. So he was not quite sure exactly what keeping eggs in a basket was so detrimental, but he did agree with the general idea. I mean, it's a good plan, but fucking hell, that's funny. He gets his soul smashed into pieces by Sonny's pet shadow. Every time I return, I bring you up. Mordred is strong, but he relies on the gimmicks in the Mirror Beast way more than his actual skill. That's why later in the series he barely uses his body, stealing the abilities of against actual skill. Mordred's strength lies in his aspect without using it. I want to fucking jet spin off showing her first night. Oh, I want to fucking jet spin off showing her first nightmare. It'd be peak. Sonny would definitely beat Mordred in skill after the second nightmare. He is consolidated all the battle styles he's absorbed. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised that after the second nightmare, they're very, very, very equal in skill. Mordred's greatest weapon is his adaptability, and that's why I say it's very, very, very rare. But Sonny's also, like, the adaptability man. Like, he can get himself out of any fucking situation. Sonny's fucking good at that. And so, from the moment the frail old man appeared in his view, Sonny had pursued a single goal. He had to keep the attention of Mordred and all 5 of his reflections to himself. Even though there was a small possibility he could emerge victorious, as the two of them clashed in earnest, Sonny did not consider his chances of defeating the banished prince in a battle high. especially not while being exhausted after the furious assault of the flying fleet had devoided of the support of his shadows. He never intended to actually fight Mordred. All he wanted to do was stall him. For that reason, Sonny engaged Mordred in a lengthy conversation, created with a false perception that he was still in possession of the glass knife, by asking a few mindless misleading questions, and provoked his opponent into revealing the 5 reflections. Perhaps the Prince of Nothing was poisoned by hope enough to lose a small part of his cunning. Perhaps he fell for the trap that awaited most inhabitant liars, and failed to account that how warped his impression of the person people was. Perhaps he understood how proficient Sonny grew in utilizing his flaw for his own benefit. And in any case, Mordred ended up as being manipulated instead of the one pulling the strings. Sonny might not be stronger than him, but he did manage to outwin the banished prince. Today turned out to be more devious. He turned to be more devious than the two. Even just barely. He won the fight without lifting a finger, while using a wooden shear as his devilish tongue. Well, to be precise, he didn't even use his tongue. He used a rock instead. Is this why people combine the rock and the fucking chair? Mordred's greatest weapon is the fact he won't fucking die. He's more of a cockroach than Sonny. Does Cassie have any chance against Mordred? What? No. Cassie is unarguably the worst fighter and the weakest at the cohort. That's not a competition. Kai would kick her ass. Effie would kick her ass. Sonny would beat her senseless. And when Nephis comes back, even if Cassie is a master and Nephis isn't awakened, I still think Nephis would beat her shit in. So yes. I just realized something amazing. Mordred would beat Cassie half to death. Half to death? Mordred would beat Cassie to death, make a clone of her, and then beat the clone of her to death. Then resurrect the pair of them, give them a shit ton of soul shards, and beat them to death again. I've never seen someone say something so wrong so confidently. No, I'm definitely fucking right. Cassie's small, but she isn't a great fighter, objectively. That's like Cassie's main MO. She can see into the future, and she's, like, shockingly good at fighting. She's just too fragile. Yeah, that's the thing. It takes one hit from Effie, and what the fuck is Cassie gotta do? She can't do shit. She's not faster than Effie. She isn't smarter in combat than Effie. She isn't stronger than Effie. And the same ordeal goes for Kai. She isn't better in combat than Kai. She's flat out significantly slower than Kai. Doesn't have the maneuverability. Like, her best asset is that she can see in the future, and her quiver can fucking fly a little bit. Can Effie tank a flying ship? Nephis did. Fucking Cassie didn't tank a flying ship. Also, yes, Effie would definitely tank a flying ship. Are we fucking kidding? Are we serious? Kai and Sonny wouldn't be able to. Well, Sonny might actually be able to. But, like, Effie, yeah, 100 fucking %. Are we kidding me? Cassie would be beaten, but not as easily as you think. I think y'all have got the others too low. I think you're guessing Cassie's level correctly. I think you're underestimating everybody else, though. Cassie's a great manipulator. Sonny would? Yeah, Sonny definitely would. Even in a regular-ass human body. The Cassie glaze is unreal. That's what I'm fucking saying. We're glazing Cassie, but undermining Effie and Kai. You know, the objectively better, faster, stronger fighters. I'm saying it will take the pair of them a decent bit. But she'd still lose. Do not underestimate the blind driver. Hey, her driving skills is fucking peak. I'm never underestimating that. I'm underestimating her. Not even underestimating. I'm correctly estimating her ability to fight the others. No, they're just referencing Master Cassie. It's because of the last volume. Some assumptions are being made with knowledge you haven't gained, and yet undermining how much weaker she is as an awakened. She's just in raw stats. We see her do almost nothing. The narrative has portrayed her so far to be a bit faster and a better skilled fighter than she's leading herself on to be, which we see from the Dark Temple, or the Shadow Temple, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I legitimately can't fucking remember the name. Like, we see, that moment in time, we see, oh, she's a good fighter. She can handle her own. She can still use Future Sight to be pretty good at combat. But she should not be a person who relies on combat. She doesn't even use her master abilities to fight. It's really it's almost always her awakened ability. That's what. Alright. Kai has an arrow that can drain the blood of his enemies. One arrow. Cassie's dead. Effie is a walking fucking tank. She fucking body slammed the Iron Prince and left him off the edge. One hit, she's dead. Sonny is not only a demon, he can summon demons. What the fuck is Effie meant to do? What the fuck is Cassie meant to do against that? They all have ways to one-shot Cassie. Everyone in Shadowslave thinks Sonny is weak to during doesn't mean that he was. Yes, they can all definitely hit Cassie. The only one I actively see landing a good hit on Cassie is Kai. You know what Kai needs to fucking do? Fly at her at Mach speed. What the fuck is Cassie doing then? Or overglazing Cassie's stats as an awakened. Yeah, I think y'all are fucking massively overestimating Cassie's, like, actual raw stats. At this current moment in time, she doesn't do shit. Awakened Cassie is the weakest. Master strong, Saint different. She has 0 ways to counter anyone as an awakened. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, if she had another Echo that she could utilize, different conversation. Different conversation. I think her and Kai are then extremely fucking relative in an actual fight. But no. But Cassie can call Sony for all of her problems. I don't think Sony wants to deal with Cassie's problems, especially if it means fighting the other cohort members. Agree to disagree. After becoming a master. If we're counting Future Sight as a skill, she is very skilled then. We can count Future Sight as a skill. Now we're having to depend on how fast is Cassie compared to the others. In pure combat. Cassie could have like 10 different visions on what she needs to do. And she can keep doing it. But it takes a single fucking slip up and she's dead from all of them. I actually can't think of a timeline in where she comfortably beats Sunny at all. I can see at least one timeline, maybe one, in where she is able to beat Effie in a fight. And then Kai, I don't fucking know, like 3 times out of 10 she wins that fight. Which gives Kai, like, 7. So, yeah. He's also fast. I feel like we forget this about Kai all the fucking time. He is extremely fucking quick. He was keeping up with monsters a whole level above him at the Forgotten Shore. He's an extremely precise archer too. Kai is arguably the second fastest member on the fucking team. Next to Sunny, who has literal teleportation. Nephis can just outskill her with her pre-reaction. Yeah. Nephis would read that shit immediately. It'd be annoying, but she would deal with it. Sunny can just use all of his shadows. Sunny can use her shadow. It's not even like Effie's that much smaller than him. He just needs a surface area big enough for his torso to go through it. Oh, her legs are gone. Can Kai break the sound barrier? With how fast a lot of these characters are going, probably, yeah. Well, maybe not at this point in time, but if he becomes a master, he's definitely faster than sound. Cassie and Sunny are the only people with Nephis OP swordsmanship. Yeah, swordsmanship, fine. But you can be a great swordsman and not a great... You can be a great swordsman, but not the best fighter still. Like I would say in general pure fucking skill at the Forgotten Shore, I would say Effie and Nephis are shockingly similar. Or like shockingly even in the like actual fighting skill. It's just that Nephis is a good bit stronger. Anyway. In any case, for once, Mordred ended up as one being manipulated instead of one pawn. Oh, yeah. Well, to be... Yeah. As soon as all of his reflections revealed themselves, Kai started to move, and by the time he had reached the Ivory Island, it was already too late for him to stop. Almost. The Prince of Nothing could still use this aspect to move through the reflections and invade the Archer's soul. However, Kai was wearing the Anvil's amulet that Sunny had gave him. This talisman had been forged out of the Sovereign of Valor himself. Yo. Yeah. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, no, I don't know what the fuck y'all are smoking. I legitimately don't know how y'all can say with confidence that Cassie can beat the rest of the cohort. At all, really. Right now, no. Just objectively, no. I think you're all legitimately just wrong. Anyway.
The Prince of Nothing could still Yep, talisman was forged by the Sovereign of Valor himself and made the wearer immune to Mordred's soul possession. Even if the banished prince jumped through the reflection in Kai's eyes, he was not going to be able to possess him. That left only the reflections, in which currently turned into copies of Sunny and wielded his divine aspect. Each had access to the memory he had worn and his aspect abilities, including Shadow Step.
They could still reach the island in time to prevent Kai from delivering the killing blow to Cervex. Sunny had to stop them at all costs by his friend a few precious seconds. But that was easier said than done. As a small human figure sneaking from the darkness in the sky above, or below, towards the slumped silhouette of the Ivory Dragon, Mordred swiftly turned and narrowed his eyes, instantly realizing that he had been played. Before he could react, however, the tide of shadows suddenly exploded from a small lantern hanging on Sunny's wrist. Enveloped everything around him in an impenetrable darkness. The light of the sun was swiftly destroying the shadows, but at the same time, it was being devoured by the lantern, creating a strange equilibrium. The shadows themselves were ancient, deep, and resilient. Sunny had collected them from the dark sides of the islands surrounding the sanctuary before departing for the war. With no light remaining around them, there was also no reflections. With no reflections, Mordred was robbed of any part of his power for the moment. Oh my god, Helios, shut the fuck up. Helios, fucking Adonis. Oi! What are you? Fucking move.
Oh my god, these cats are fucking annoying.
That did not help against the five reflections, though. Since each of them were comfortable in the shadows as Sunny himself was, they were his perfect copies after all. Knowing that, Sunny decided to try a desperate gamble. The mantle of the underworld was still augmented by four shadows, its undying armament, enhanced powering the dying wish effect, manifold. Sunny himself was strongly affected by the compelling aura of the charm, feeling an almost irresistible urge to throw himself at the reflections and tear them apart. However, the sensation was swiftly disappearing since he had already dismissed the iron silhouette. Instead, he summoned the broken oath onto the onyx armor. And since the five reflections were mirroring him, each of them reflected that change too. Are they going to copy the broken oath? Since the five reflections were mirroring him, each of them reflected that change too. Only the demon turned out to be smart enough to stop himself and consider the consequences. The beasts and the monsters failed to realize the result of their actions in time. Mordred moved, and so did the Shadow Devils. But as they did, the vile charm fully weaved itself into existence. Augmented by the enchantment of the mantle of the underworld, its soul-eroding aura was strengthened and the flow outward like an invisible poison. The armor, however, it was itself augmented 4 times by Sunny's shadows, making the empowering effect tremendously more pronounced. And on top of that, 4 out of the 5 reflections suddenly emanated the same ferocious aura. The 5 overcharged fields of soul erosion merged together, turning into something far more vicious and destructive than the sum of its parts, turning something truly horrid. Even though the mantle of the underworld provided Sunny with a sustainable degree of resilience against the soul attacks, he couldn't help but let out a scream. The reflections opened their mouths in agony too, although no sound came out of them. Mordred did not enjoy the same protection that Sunny and the reflections received from the fucking Onyx armor. Oh my god! Holy shit! What a fucking play by Sunny. Are we still arguing with this? Mordred's getting his brain fried. It's just what I needed. Maybe this is where the fraud allegations can finally come in. Wow, we went through 7 chapters in 2 hours. We went through 5 last time, okay? And no, it's about 1.5 since we spent like a lot of time just talking. That's a lot faster than usual. Fuck you, Harsh. Yeah, because I was asleep the whole time. Fucking hell, how long's the stream gonna be? Chapter 738. Soul Annihilation. I lost 8 chapters. Fuck. Praise Noctis. Moon, Wolf, Walter, Wine. Praise. Well, finish the volume, probably. Nobody's calling her weak. Anytime Kai missed an arrow, he loses HP. She just dies to the cohort. Yeah, no, I want to make this very fucking clear. Cassie is probably in the conversation of, like, top 20 awakened, period. Like, ever. She's just in the Who's watched Fairy Tail in here? If anybody's watched Fairy Tail, it's the exact same conversation as saying, like, with Lucy, right? Lucy is strong. She's a skilled fighter. She has a shit ton of mana. She just happens to be in a conversation with the demon dragon, the ice demon, the fucking daughter of the first dragon slayer, and a prodigy of prodigies. She is a freak of nature. She's just in a conversation with a fuck ton of other freaks. That's where the conversation with Cassie is for me. She is strong, she is useful, she is incredibly versatile in her way to actually combat other people. She's just happened to be surrounded by other freaks. This debate is pointless now. That it was pointless ages ago when I She uses essence for future sight, bro. A gorilla has more chance to kill 100 people than Cassie killing the cohort members in a 1v1. Yeah, I agree. The problem is that the rest of the cohort are top 10. Yes. We know she's not weak. It's just that her other members are too fucking strong. Christ. The underworld armaments allowed the mantle to accommodate and augment the charm's memory. channeling its enchantment as though the inherent of the armor itself. That alone made the Mantle of the Underworld incredibly flexible. What was more, this quality truly shined when wielded by Sunny. He could have augmented the broken oath with his 4 shadows, but he chose to wrap them around the armor instead, achieving an even better result. Not only would the effect of the augmentation shed and enhanced, but the other enchantments of the Mantle of the Underworld augmented as well. Among them was Steward, or Stalwart, however the fuck you pronounce that, which gained him extremely high protection against physical attacks, high protection against elemental attacks, and most importantly, a moderate amount of protection against mind and soul attacks. Currently, the Mantle was simultaneously radiating a tremendous damaging soul annihilating aura and provided him a vastly increased resilience to the soul damage. Even then, when these 5 auras clashed and combined together, he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Consumed by the harrowing agony, his already wounded soul had been fried and eroded at a terrible rate. And all he could do was wreath on the ground, barely clinging to any resemblance of consciousness. The 5 reflections were not doing any better. Even though their ascended souls, or whatever it is they had instead of souls, possessed a far better quality due to the superior rank. They had fewer cores. While that was not enough to make them succumb to soul annihilation faster than Sunny by himself, that also meant that they had fewer shadows, and therefore the reflected versions of the Mantle enjoyed less augmentation, providing them with less resistance to soul damage. With all that meant, Sunny had no idea he could guess he was going to destroy first. The reflection of him, as far as he could tell, the chances were about equal. However, things were slightly different when it came to Mordred. Don't make me put a poll up. Leave your fucking sister alone. Don't make me put a poll up, okay? Alright, let's see if I can make a fucking poll. If I can make a poll, then y'all better shut the fuck up. Participants. I don't care about the participants. I want to make a poll. Dashboard. Whoa, y'all are not going to be seeing that fucking dashboard. Love y'all. Not doing it. Team Cassie. Alright, it's being uploaded now. Alright. Y'all can have fun with that. As I'll read the rest of this chapter, we'll look back on the poll, and we'll see who wins. And so it's 15 of you in the chat. I better expect 15 results. Or votes. Even though there's like 10 of you talking. This is not it. How about we go back to this? Things were very different when it came to Mordred. Unlike Sunny and the Reflections, he did not enjoy the protection of the Mantle of the Underworld. He was also only able to steal the aspect of the body he possessed, while his own strange and terrible ability to mirror someone's powers only worked inside the victim's soul. He could not simply copy the Onyx armor onto himself, nor could he augment it. For that moment, Mordred was defenseless. With a startled yelp, the old man awkwardly fell to his knees and rolled down the steps, ending up on the fucking try it, you shit. And on the ground not too far away from Sonny, the stifled howl escaped his lips and his eyes opened wide, full of shock and terrible pain. The suffering Sonny and the reflection experienced affected him much worse. The other awakened would have been swiftly destroyed, but the Prince of Nothing persisted, however. Several swirls of sparks instantly appeared around his body, herald the appearance of the protective memory. Who knew how vast and powerful his soul arsenal was? Mordred could possess a memory capable of turning the tides of events completely. Can this fuck off now? Okay, whatever. Very few memories were capable of manifesting themselves instantly. Most took several precious seconds to appear, and usually more powerful ones took the longest. But the time the sparks of light turned into a tangible object, he could have already been dead or too severely damaged to even act. Writhing in agony, Sonny threw a burning look at the old man and gritting his teeth so hard his fangs pierced his lips, sending drops of blood rolling down. Damn. Die. Die, you bastard. Hurry up and die. A desperate hope that Mordred would fail to survive the soul annihilation filled his heart, despite the fact Sonny did not really think it was going to get rid of the prince would be so easily. He seriously doubted that Mordred would allow himself to be killed in this fashion. Not to mention that, as far as he knew, the Prince of Nothing was immortal, as the curse transcendent of the King of Hope. Both his physical and spiritual bodies had been destroyed in the past, but that did not stop Mordred from continuing to exist. However, the great clan Valor certainly did not lack means of dealing with soul damage, but they failed to get rid of his reflection. I don't care. Just die. Okay. Alright, so far, Team Kills Cassie is 60% of the votes. So yeah, it seems like Cassie's losing this one. See? It's 70, you voted wrong. Oh. Alright. I'm always forgetting where I'm at. Sonny would have been satisfied with just destroying Mordred's mortal shell anyway. His true task was to buy Kai enough time to kill the Ivory Dragon, and forcing the prince to search for another body would just do that. Sadly, Mordred had the same idea. If he had lost all reason because of the pain, things could have turned out different. But the Prince of Nothing was nothing but a cold-headed and calculating. Fucking drink. Despite the terrible suffering of his soul turning and slowly torn to pieces, he kept some of his composure and the ability to think intact. Honestly, this is such a fucking insane feat. This is like actually insane. Twisting. Mordred struggled to raise his head and looked in the direction of one of the reflections. The shadow spawn was on its knees. his bestial face contorted by a grimace of agony. The Prince of Nothing paled and whispered something. A moment later, the figure of the kneeling devil rippled and shattered into pieces of glass. Something swift and intangible moved through the air and entered Mordred's body. Then another reflection shattered, and then another, and then another, and in an instant, 4 out of 5, both beasts and both monsters were gone, leaving the lone demon behind. As they disappeared, the components of the soul annihilating field disappeared as well. Only Sonny's old augment was left and spreading an invisible poison. He let out a trembling sigh of relief and then dismounted the broken oath entirely. Almost at the same time, the silver bracelet, a necklace made out of a strange black pearls and bone scepter appeared on Mordred's body and his hand. Each of the memories, without a doubt, provided him with a degree of soul protection. But by now, they were no use. With his soul in shambles and barely keeping itself together, Sonny remained laying on the ground. He groaned and then threw a tired glance at his enemy. The floor of soul essence he was sending into the shadow lantern had run dry. And the sunlight finally prevailed, dismantling the dome of shadows that surrounded them. Mordred looked different somehow. The old man's body remained the same, but now a subtle sensation of immense turbulent power emanated from it. It was as if Sonny was facing a titan instead of a man. Oh. I need to close that door because people in this house are too fucking loud. No way. Could it be? 2 monsters and 2 beasts. Between the 4 of them, they had shared 6 soul cores. Had Mordred not dismantled the reflections, but had absorbed in order to strengthen his soul and survive the powerful attack? How did that even work? How did an awakened absorb an ascended core? Would they weaken? Would all that excessive power rip his soul into shreds from the inside? Sonny did not know. All he needed to know was he was utterly beaten and spent. And there was an ascended demon and awakened titan in the guise of the old man in front of him, wrath burning in his eyes. But that did not matter, because at that moment, an inhuman, pained cry rolled across the empty expanse of the empty void and reached their ears. It was the voice of the ivory-driving Servax. His dying breath.
Okay. At least my original idea on how he was able to contort his soul was correct then.
Someone reading Lord of the Mysteries? Oh, someone read Lord of the Mysteries? How long I did? I only read volume 1 of Koi for now. Got spoiled for the mid end and the story is coming to a big reveal. Mordred does nothing. Mordred is the Prince of Nothing. Should be the Prince of Doing Nothing. Fucking hell. I forget how much you people hate this man.
Also, the fact it's only 10 o'clock is killing me. And I've not checked on this bitch all day. Nah. Alright.
Chapter 739, Empty Skies. While Sonny and Mordred struggled to survive as their souls were being destroyed, a human figure emerged from the darkness of the sky below and shot into the sunlight. Flying with incredible speed, it was a human with skin that looked polished, bark, and burnt, disfigured face. His armor was battered and painted dull with dry blood, and the quiver attached to his belt was long and empty. But the man had been an officer of the Sun region once, but now he had returned to kill its commander. His eyes full of resolve. Months had passed since the terrible day when Kai and most of his brave soldiers were chained to the white cliff on the surface island, on the sacrifice island, and left there to be devoured by the ivory dragon. Who could have thought that he would be back to this cursed place so soon? Leaving the heart of the burning city. Oh my god, leaving the heart of the burning city behind, Kai had hidden himself under the island where his comrades had turned to ash by the dragon flame. Waited for Sunny to get the full attention of the Prince of Valor, then dashed forward without looking back. He did not wish to see the white cliff and the soot-covered chains hanging on the surface ever again. Flying under the bridge connecting the rest of the city to the Ivory Island, he avoided being noticed too soon, and then ascended to the sunlight behind him. A dome of shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bridge, hiding his friend from sight. With his heart growing heavy, Kai soared above the emerald glass of the Ivory City and saw his friend's goal. A magnificent dragon was laying on the ground, blood steaming from its mangled neck, with white scales that were painted crimson, and one of the wings was broken. But the great beast was still alive. He was still breathing. He was immortal after all. But not for long. In his hands, Kai held the knife of the ghastly knife. Inside the knife, the dragon's fate was sealed, placed there by a ruthless god. Was Kai breaking the will of the gods by delivering back to its owner? Or completing the design? He did not know. He did not care. All he cared about was killing a dragon. Kai had never been strong, or very brave, or very smart. It took him a long time to grow, a little. He was not a person with great conviction either. But if there was one thing that he believed in, it was that Cervex had to die, and that his ghastly reign had to end. The beautiful city he had ruled was too vile. Gritting his teeth, ignoring the pain that had tormented him for months, and lodged into the gargantuan form of the dragon. The glass knife glistened in his hand. But even terrible wound, the immortal transcendent was still immensely powerful and deadly. How could the mere awakened ever hope to wound him? Before Kai could thrust the ghostly glass into the exposed flesh of the great beast's neck, Cervex suddenly stared. His eyelids flew up, revealing inhuman amber eyes. His maw opened slightly, whiffs of smoke escaping it. The dragon moved his healthy wing, and a torment of wind crashed into Kai, sending him spinning. The glass knife scattered uselessly against the impenetrable scales that he had thrown away. A moment later, a giant claw brushed across his chest. The young man dashed away in time to avoid being killed. But just this light touch was enough to rip his breastplate open and shatter a few of his ribs. With a groan, Kai fell into the soft glass. Fuck me. With a groan, Kai fell into the grass. His speed was so great that his body slid for a few dozen meters, and by the time he had rose, shaking his knees, the dragon was already looking at him, ready to attack. A hint of confusion from the ocean of madness hidden in its eyes. Cervex lingered for a moment, and then a low, tired, sore voice rose from all around them. You. I know you. Kai gritted his teeth. His surprise attack had failed. He failed, and now that the Transcendent was aware of him, there was little chance of delivering a fatal strike. No matter how wounded and exhausted the Ivory Lord was, he was still immeasurably faster, stronger, and more powerful than an awakened with a weak aspect. He would crush Kai in an instant. Don't, that's spoilers, bro. The Immortal was not going to die. Hope was going to escape. The nightmare was not going to end. His friends would not be saved. Kai might have been able to fly through the sky and see far and wide, but he was no dragon. Ahmad, with a disfigured face, looked at the immortal beast towering in front of him. He shook slightly, then lowered his head. Then he lunged forward, sending bits of torn grass into the air. He was fast, incredibly fast, but Cervex was faster. The great beast twisted its neck, protecting the wound left on it by the fang of the beast, and then opened its maw to crush the small human between its jaws. Perhaps Kai could have dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he accelerated even more and flew straight into the dragon's maw, which instantly closed against the giant fangs, striking each other with a deafening sound. Just like that, the crippled was gone. The dragon froze for a moment, stunned by the little human's unflinching bravery. Then, he suddenly shuddered and let out a tormented cry. Kai had plunged the glass knife into the soft flesh of the great beast's tongue. It was thrown back and crashed heavily into the ground. His bark-like skin had smoothed and was smoldering, torched once again by the heat of the dragon's flame. His armor was disintegrating. The Avery Lord, meanwhile, was becoming mortal again. Now that his fate had returned to him, the terrible wound on his neck was sapping him of life. A few seconds more, it was going to kill him. But no, not yet. A long, sorrowful cry from the great beast echoed across the burning city. Zervek stubbornly refused to die. Straining his battered body, he slowly crawled forward, desperately trying to reach the Avery Tower, which he had sworn to protect. Leaving a trail of blood behind, the beautiful white dragon tortuously wrapped its body around the great Proganda and tried to lower his head to the ground in front of the gates, but he slowly closed. It was his duty to protect it. He was going to, even death. He promised. Laying on the soft grass at the middle of the burning inferno, the dragon let out a soft breath. He imagined a different picture. A picture of a beautiful white city, its streets bathing in gentle sunlight, full of happy and kind people. Thriving, peaceful and safe. A few moments later, Zervlex, the blessed of the sun, was dead.
10 more chapters, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking hell.
Dreams of collapsing. Not right now, people are talking about it. Rip Cervix, the Avery Lord. Rip the crazy dragon. Rip the crazy king, Dragon Cervix. Yeah. I wish we got a little bit more of his personality. Just a tiny bit. But I also kind of wish that for the other lords too. So, win some, you lose some, I guess. Not like there was much personality there to begin with. Hey! Anyway, I'm gonna piss myself again. Because I've drank so much water today. I've drank so much water, it's fucking insane.
He wasn't a bad guy. Just knocked this bad guy. I want to know more about the Shadow Mall.
He did have a more versatile transformation, though.
Yeah.
Honestly, Noctis' transformation's fucking broken.
Even with a cane, the door's still far away.
We need to know more about the Shadow Mall. We knew enough, I think. All we needed to really know was that he kept to himself, he was rich, and he was able to create shadows. He's basically just a goal for Sunny to get to, pretty much. What do you think of the core? What do you think the core transformations are? Oh. Sunny, I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking idea for any of them, really. Effie's a wolf. Effie has to be a wolf. If it's anything else, it's gonna be a fucking bullshit. I can totally see Kai's being a dragon. After this, I'd kind of want his to be a dragon. But it probably won't be. What would Kai's be? Ooh, Kai's would have to be a bird. Kai's would have to be a flying creature regardless. But, like, Kai's would have to be a bird. Nightingale? Come on. Shadow Immortal having money is so on theme. Shadow Money Wizard Gang. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. I'll let you out now, go. Like Skytide? No idea what the fuck Skytide's transformation even looks like. I know she has a transformation. Doc knows what it is though. Oh my god. Crap. $7:40. Dream is collapsing. As the Ivory Dragon died, the invisible ripples spread through the world. The whole city trembled slightly, and then one of the two remaining chains that bound the Ivory Island to the rest of Hope's shattered kingdom broke with a defeating ring. The chain fell into darkness of the sky below, leaving only a single tether holding the island in place. The island's position shifted, not by much, but enough to cause the aching stone bridge to crack and shudder and slowly crumble. A cloud of stone dust rose into the air as the massive structure collapsed, enveloping a patch of grass where Sunny and Mordred lay, still reeling from the deadly soul attack. Sunny coughed and waved his hand in front of his face, weakly trying to chase the dust away. Damnation! The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, was slowly raising to his feet. I'm so fucking sorry. I just brought straight into the microphone. Sky Tides is like a very big eagle. Yeah, something similar then. Didn't we see her transformation against Cormac? Nope. It actually never said what the fuck. Never see their transformations. Period. All we see them do is fly, and she comes down with his head on the ship. That's all we ever see of Skytide. Your transformation might be a dragon with the burps. Nah, mine's my champ. Or my choke. I'll just be straight up a Pokemon. I won't lie. The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, was slowly raising to his feet. With a stagger, he regained his footing and looked in the direction of the Ivory Tower, his old face growing dim. Mordred remained silent for a while and said eventually, "Well, that is a bit unfortunate." Sunny let out a hoarse laugh, causing the old man to turn around and glaze at him darkly. Then he tried to sit up but failed. The Prince of Nothing scoffed. Drop the axe, Sunless. I know you're not that weakened. Sonny cursed, then stopped pretending and sat up with a groan. He was indeed in very bad shape, drained of essence and barely alive because of how severely damaged their soul was. However, he was indeed not as weak as he wanted to mislead Mordred into believing. The old man shook his head and smiled. Using my own reflections against me. How clever. I expected something like that from you. Then his face abruptly grew dark, and his gaze in the direction of the ivory tower once again. His voice sounded quiet and uncertain. That, however, I did not expect at all. It should not even be possible. I don't understand. Giving one of the knives away is not in your nature. With how cynical and distrustful you are, you should have clung on to them to the end. How did I make this mistake? Sonny grinned. I guess I've changed. Mordred frowned and slowly shook his head. People don't change that easily. The grin on Sonny's face became a little brittle. It wasn't easy. The old man remained motionless for a while and sighed heavily and turned around to face him. At the same time, his remaining shadow did the same. The Prince of Nothing stared at the battered shadow devil for a few moments, then said, amiably, Sunless, my friend, please give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. Sonny blinked a couple of times and answered with a dark smile. In case you didn't notice, people who try to kill me tend to end up dead instead. Mordred grinned dangerously. I'm sure I can manage. Well, crap, I sure bit. I'm a bit sure myself. He tilted his head and said doubtfully, because I still have a divine memory, you want to get your hands on it? The old man took a step forward, causing the reflection to do the same thing. Normally that would have been a good reason, but right now, to be honest, Sunless, I'm starting to wonder if it's worth the effort. Sonny lingered for a bit, raised an eyebrow. Pretty please? The Prince of Nothing laughed. Not good enough. He stared at Sonny, slowly circulating what little essence he had left through his body. His shadows were damaged and restoring themselves by nurturing black flames of his soul. His strength was depleted. His allies were far away and he was in worse shape than him. Things were looking bleak. He sighed and looked at the neutral tone, and said in a neutral tone, Look, sure, you can probably kill me. But make no mistake, I won't make it easy for you. Most importantly, I'll make sure to resist for a long, long time. Mordred smiled politely. So far, I'm liking everything that I'm hearing. Sonny grinned. Aren't you forgetting something? The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then frowned. And what that might be. He climbed back onto his chair. Sonny leaned on. Fuck off with this chair. Fuck off. Climbed back onto his chair. Sonny leaned on the breastplate and let out a sigh of relief, and then pointed at the ivory tower. This night was coming to an end soon. There's not much time left until we return to the real world. Precious time that you're going to waste trying to get rid of me. Sonny looked at him with a dot. Mordred looked at Sonny. Sonny looked at him with. Mordred looked at him with a dark expression. That's alright. My schedule is free anyway. What else is there to do? Sonny shook his head. You might have the opportunity to kill the Demon of Despair, but have you forgotten about the Demon of Destiny? There's a whole ebony tower beneath us. Free for the plunder? The old man's face deepened. The divine flame were much more intense and plentiful during this time. The rift in them can't be traversed by the likes of us. There's not enough time anyway. Unless. His expression suddenly changed. Sonny nodded. Indeed, the sky below cannot be traversed, but we just happen to be near the ivory tower, and the portal that stands behind the tower now You can waste your time trying to kill me, or you can try and pour enough divine flame into it and get your hands on all the toys left behind by Never. Just don't be an idiot like me and let time catch up to them after the seal is broken. Mordred stared at him for a few moments and then grinned. Are you just hoping that the strange rot inside the Ebony Tower is going to devour me, aren't you? After all, it's not that it's staged just yet. Sonny coughed. Ah, guilty as charged. Still, are you planning to kill a sovereign without taking a risk from time to time? Or open to decide? The clock is ticking. The old man studied him for a while, not saying anything. Gradually, Sonny grew more uncomfortable under the gaze. Damn bastard, you decide to kill me can't be stronger than your desire to take revenge on Clan Valor. Hope? Do your thing, come on! Eventually, Mordred chuckled, shook his head and said, 2 sovereigns. Sonny raised his eyebrow. What? The old man turned around and headed to the edge of the island, followed by his reflection. 2 sovereigns. I plan to kill Asturian too. Although that will probably be much, much harder than dealing with my father. Still, I'm as good as remembering grudges as you are, Sunless. So pray that we never meet again. He stopped near the edge of the island, to the empty abyss of the sky below, lingered there for a few moments and said somberly, although who will hear your prayers? The gods are dead. And with that, the Prince of Nothing stepped into the darkness and disappeared, taking his reflection with him. Sonny was left alone on the empty island, struggling to believe he actually survived. Fucking same, Sunless. I can't believe you did that. He looked down at his antique chair, and then the rock in his hand. Then he let out a shaky breath. Damn, I can't believe that worked. Sonny's the luckiest fucker in the goddamn world. The chair is necessary for the ore farming, bro. Don't be dissing the divine shadow chair. Fuck off with this stupid ass chair. Yeah, but Tyrus is 100% and he's not. Cormac came back on the adventure 2 months of the Hollow Mountains for destroying an island, trying to kill Mordred after the fight against the Saint. Sky Tide is strong after all. I never considered that actually. Skyline's still stronger, but maybe it would have been close. Yeah, I think she would actually win. Isn't the Dreamscape Saint is like the weakest saint? Probably the richest though. Delusional Mordred. Oh, delusional Mordred. Be prepared for the next chapter. Praise the mighty chair. Oh. Is this the last of the second nightmare? I'm assuming I've got like 2 chapters left. We need to see what the fuck's going on with Hope. We need to see what's going on with Noctis. And what else is left? We need to see what's going on with Weaver. I forgot about the Weaver. Shit. Oh. Bollocks. Like 2, maybe? Yeah, maybe a bit more than 2. Alright, Alright, maybe not with that pen. No, but it's a generational chapter. Yay. I come to read it sometimes. Peek ahead. Alright, let's read some peek then. Chapter 741. Chainbreaker. For a few moments, Sonny remained motionless, staring at the beautiful ivory walls of the great propaganda towered above the world. Although the whole city was being consumed by immortaling flame, oh my god, here at its... Everything was calm and quiet. You couldn't believe it. Here at the precipice, everything was calm and quiet. He couldn't believe it. Sylvain, the Saint of War, was dead. The immortal prince, encased in the mountain of moving steel, was dead. The noble dragon that had a doubtful guarded the tower was dead as well. They won. The nightmare was conquered. More or less. From the blood-soaked arena of the Red Colosseum to the never-ending prison of the Nightmares to the numerous temples, numerous Temple of Chalice, to the furious battle at the sky above the Ivory City, to confronting the Prince of Nothing. Somehow, he had lived through it all and triumphant. What are the chances of that? Just 5 months. Felt like a lifetime. 5 months is a fucking lifetime. 5 months is forever. Of course, there are a few issues left. Most of the army of the perished Chain Lord was still intact, and on the way to the city. The cohort had dealt with a terrible blow of the small part of it, but hundreds upon hundreds of flying ships still remained, carrying thousands upon thousands of soldiers. Now that their comrades were dead, he was not sure what would happen to them. How would they react? The Octus was nowhere to be found, and hope was still chained, even if not for long. With a sigh, Sonny stood up and grimaced at the feeling of sickening weakness overwhelmed him. His soul was terribly damaged. He had never absorbed it to this degree before, not even during the siege of the Crimson Spire. His body was not doing great either. Sonny had given his all to come this far, and now he was at the end of his ropes. But he was also so close to becoming a master. Slowly walking to the edge of the island, he looked into the darkness of the sky below. For a few moments, summoned the Darkwing and then glided down to the last remaining chain holding the Ivory Island in place. There was not enough essence left in his soul to turn into a swift shadow, and he was too tired to run, so Sonny simply walked across, using his enchanted cloak to scale the uneven links of the heavenly chains from time to time. It took him a while to traverse the wide chasm of emptiness and climb to the surface of the familiar tranquil island. The Emerald Meadow, the calm surface of the clear lake and the peaceful growth of ancient trees. He had been here before in the distant future, of course. Now, the island did not look exactly the same. These were pools of dragon's blood sizzling in the grass, and wisps of smoke floating in the air, brought over from the burning city in the wind. He looked at the ivory tower and saw the body of the beautiful white dragon wrapped around it, not yet reduced to the withered bones. Sonny remained motionless for a bit and went to find Kai. The young man was laying in the grass, not too far away, unconscious. His armor had melted and was disfigured, and his bark-like skin seemed damaged and scorched. Many of his bones were broken, and his disfigured face had contorted by grimace of pain. But he was alive. After checking on his friend, Sonny came to the conclusion that Kai's life was not in danger. His wounds, while serious, were not enough to kill an awakened, at least not in a short time. Not knowing what else to do, Sonny summoned the puppet shroud, rolled it and placed a soft fabric under the archer's head as a pillow. Then he lingered for a few moments, patted Kai on the shoulder and stood up. Then he slowly walked forward and stood in front of the dead dragon's head. Looking at the closed gates behind it, there it was, the prison of hope. First of all, that was fucking adorable. That is adorable.
Good friend Sonny will never not be underappreciated.
All hail, I hope. As he studied the gates, something suddenly rustled behind him. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments and suddenly turned around. His eyes were dark and hollow. Noctis did not look as bad as he had after the battle with Sylvain, but he did not look good either. The sorcerer was battered and beaten, his body covered by terrible burns, and his elegant garments had turned into rags. His raven black hair was singed and uneven. He also looked different. It was as the burden of madness he had clouded his beautiful grey eyes finally disappeared, leaving them sparkling and clear. The sorcerer looked radiant and at ease, emanating a cool and calming aura. His friendly presence enveloped Sonny like an embrace. Perhaps this was how he had been centuries ago, before the duty of being a shackle to desire turned him twisted and weighed him down by the curse of the eternal servitude. Noctis glanced up at the ivory expanse of the great Proganda and looked at Sonny with a smile. Ah, Sunless. Please excuse my disemboweled appearance. Looks like we've won, doesn't it? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then offered him a silent nod. After that, the sorcerer asked, "So, what now? That's it? We're done?" Noctis remained silent for a bit, then lightly shook his head. "Well, actually, there's one more thing left to do." A crooked smile appeared on Sonny's face. He looked away, hiding his eyes from the sorcerer. His voice resounded from the extraordinary rock, tightened with a bitter emotion. "I thought you said she could break one chain on her own." Noctis smiled. "Oh, I think she can. However, the immortal's smile..." Fuck. The immortal's smile paled and disappeared, leaving his face strangely bare. "It doesn't mean that she should." He sighed and looked away at the pillars of smoke raising from the dying city. His gaze was distant and solemn. Have you ever seen a wolf gnaw its paw off to escape a trap, Sunless? It's a terrible thing to behold. I wouldn't wish such a fate on anyone. Noctis remained silent for a moment, then added in a wishful tone, "Wolves are meant to be free." Then a carefree smile appeared on his beautiful face. Once again, the sorcerer turned to Sonny with sparks dancing in his grey eyes. "So, my friend, it's finally time for me to request something of you." Ah! He reached his hand out and opened his palm. Sonny remained silent, refusing to look the sorcerer directly. "Will you give me the obsidian knife?" Damn it. Sonny wanted to say so much. He wanted to do so much. He felt so much. But he knew it would have been wrong and cruel to do. It would have been wrong and cruel thing to do. A betrayal. He sighed heavily and faced Noctis. A swirl of sparks appeared around his hand. "I've never seen a real wolf, you know. And yes, I will, since you asked so nicely." He opened the lid of the covetous coffer, rudimented inside. The knife, cut from a single piece of obsidian, was in the sorcerer's hand. Noctis retrieved it and calmly looked at the black blade. His fingers slowly closed around the handle. A sad smile appeared on his face. "Well then, I guess this goodbye. Farewell, Sunless. You have been a great friend to me, and I hope I have been a great friend to you too." Ah! Fuck! He sighed and lingered for a few moments and added, "Before we paused, however, I must tell you something." Sonny looked at him darkly and asked in a hoarse voice, "What?" Noctis silently shook his head. "You should really stop wearing all black. What a terribly drab color. Sunless, you are better than this." With that, the sorcerer laughed and took a step forward. He hesitated for a second, then locked Sunless in a hug. Because of the difference in their heights, Sonny had to bend down a little. Noctis chuckled, then grew silent for a moment. Then he sighed and whispered, in his voice suddenly low and somber. His 4 words, each carrying immeasurable weight. "Never trust the gods." Then the sorcerer let go of Sonny, smiled one last time and walked away. Soon, he disappeared from sight. And not too long after that, the ivory island trembled slightly as the last chain holding it in place broke apart. Sonny gritted his teeth and then looked away and wiped his eyes. His shoulders fell. Damn scoundrel. You tricked me again. Fuck!
Oh, what the fuck? Oh my days. Trying to keep myself together reading that out loud for y'all was hard, dude. Oh my days. I think this is the first time I watched Sonny cry. Yeah, I think this is the first time we've heard about Sonny crying. Fucking hell. Oh.
And I hate that Sonny crying, this being the first time we see Sonny cry, fits into his character so fucking well too. Rip the Beast of Twilight and the greatest friend in the Kingdom of Hope. Fuck. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Oh my god. Oh. Wow. Just fucking wow, dude. I don't even know what to say. I don't even want to carry on reading. I just want a quick debrief from everything that just went on then. Fucking hell. Otaku brief for form Ocean of Tears. You fucking asshole. I was not expecting that to hurt me as much as it did. But holy shit, yeah. I predicted it. Well. Don't stop one more chapter at least. The second we get out the second nightmare, I'm gonna take like a real debrief. Like a real genuine one. Because my soul cannot handle too much more of this sad shit. Such a... Chapter 742. Hope. Sonny stood motionless for a while, feeling the ground move beneath him. Now that all 7 of the chains were broken and the ivory tower became completely untethered from the rest of the Kingdom of Hope, it started to ascend. Slowly at first, and then faster and faster. The island, it stood up, soaring into the sky, leaving the shattered island behind. And as it did, Sonny felt the nightmare coming to an end. Slowly, he walked across the edge and looked down at the burning city below. The beautiful buildings of the white stone were melting. The aerial bridges and elegant aqueducts were collapsing, unable to withstand the terrible heat. The streams of clean water were turning into scalding steam, and all around he could see nothing but an ocean of flames. The wind brought a distant sound of human cries, smoke and the smell of burning flesh. Thousands of people, those who still lived, were drowning in the fury ocean, turning into piles of blackened bones and ash. The Ivory City was dying. Was this the salvation? Is this what salvation looked like? In the thousands of years to come, the scorched islands were going to crumble into the sky below. One after another, forming a tear and twisted rocks that would eventually be at least one to fall. As the ivory tower rose higher and higher, the sight of the dying city did not encompass all of Sonny's vision. Now, he saw further and wider. The landscape of the Kingdom of Hope was laid bare in front of him. He saw the shape of the giant steel corpse swinging below the faraway island of the broken chain, and the shape of the scattered ship laying on the ground. Effie and Cassie were somewhere there as well, but the distance was too great for Sonny to see them. He saw countless islands, some of them verdant and green, some of them grey and desolate. There were forests and lakes and rivers and hills and human settlements, small and large. He saw people, cattle, beasts, and nightmare creatures. He saw the chains stretching into the distance as they connected island to island together. Looking up from the ground, Sonny saw numerous flying ships rushing towards the burning city. There were hundreds and hundreds of them. Some of them were white sails, some of them were red. The army of the fallen chain lords had arrived. As the ivory city rose even higher, the sky around it started to change. The sky was subtle at the beginning, but most of the ivory tower continued to ascend, and because more was more pronounced, the visible power that held the flying island above the abyss of the sky below was shifting. As its heart climbed higher and higher, it was slowly becoming more and more overbearing. A giant enchantment was losing its balance. Sonny shivered and realized what was happening. The crushing. The crushing was coming to the Chained Isles for the first time. As he watched it descend upon the shattered remains of the Kingdom of Hope in all of its vicious might. Across numerous islands, dust suddenly rose into the air. Ancient forests were flattened in an instant. Tall hills broke apart. Rivers boiled and changed their course. Settlements were turned to ruins. Countless human, beasts, and nightmare creatures were cruelly killed, and not knowing what had killed them. The flying ships were hit the hardest. Every one of them instantly turned into a cloud of splinters, debris, and broken bodies. The mighty army was gone in a second. The scale of destruction was too large to comprehend. Sonny watched the Kingdom of Hope turn into the Chained Isles, paralyzed by the incomprehensible horror of the sight. For a while, all thoughts disappeared in his head. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. Cassie! Effie! For a moment, he was consumed by fear, but then his heart slowly calmed. No. They're alright. Cassie had always been good at predicting when the islands would enter the crushing back in the future, and she would have warned Effie if there were dangers had taken them safely. Sonny sighed with relief. Now that his paralysis was broken, however, another thought suddenly entered his mind. He took an uncertain step back from the edge and turned around and ran into the center of the island. Approaching the dead dragon, he hurriedly climbed over the beast's massive head and jumped over, landing near the gates of the ivory tower. The ancient doors were closed shut, as if no one had opened them in 1,000 years. Sonny gritted his teeth and pulled all of his strength of all of his shadows into it. Hope. He had to see Hope. Succumbing to the pressure, the gates slowly moved. Tortuously slowly, one of them slid forward, creating an opening. Not wasting any time, he pushed himself through the narrow gap and entered the ivory tower. Soon he saw a familiar great hall, its vast expanse bathed in a light that streamed through a tall window. 7 chains crawled through the pristine white floor, as if growing out of each in the broken shackle. The shackles were bleak and made the metal torn. There was fresh blood of the broken shackles, suffused with a radiant golden glow, and between them, Sonny staggered and involuntarily fell to his knees. Every passion, every desire, every emotion dwelling in his heart suddenly surged forward and ignited, breaking out of control. In the center of the great hall, surrounded by the swirling hurricane of light and darkness, a vague and graceful silhouette towered above the broken chains. He couldn't quite tell where the light ended, and where her numerous body began. Perhaps Hope had no body at all, and it was instead made of pure radiance, pure darkness. He felt as if her nebulous visage was almost human-like, but also inexplicitly alien. The shapes of and contours were both correct and wrong, both familiar and strange, both pleasing and revolting. Beautiful. So beautiful. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. She was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. She was divine, unholy, unknown, unknowable. A diamond. This is a fucking sick description. Holy shit. Sorry. Wow. I had to fucking pause for a moment there. Holy shit, Jeffrey. Good job. Is this the Hope encounter? Yes, sir. A diamond. And she was leaving. Sonny couldn't see much, but he clearly understood that Hope was ready to disappear. Maybe she was already half gone, and all he could saw was the afterimage. And yes, he had to. His mind was scattered and empty. He couldn't quite remember what he wanted to do. What he had desired. Sonny gritted his teeth and screamed, letting his desire dedicate the question. Wait, don't go. Tell me why the Lord of Light did this. Why did the gods imprison you? Why couldn't they just kill you? Why? The demon of desire paid him no attention. For a moment, Sonny thought he would not receive an answer. But then something changed. Hope moved, and then was suddenly beside him. Her face, which hovered the light and darkness, encompassed the whole world. Her radiant eyes peered into the deepest, most hidden part of his soul. And then, a voice that sounded like a rustle of countless leaves and a myriad of prayers, like a wind that blew between the stars, whispered in his ears. Because we were their flaw. Sonny's eyes grew wide, and then everything became dark. The nightmare was over. We are their flaw? What? Ah! Your nightmare is over. Prepare for the appraisal. Are we fucking serious? Ah! How the fuck do we have 7 chapters left? What the fuck? I don't know if this fucks up my theory on the diamonds being genetically connected to the gods or not. Oh. What? I can hear the brain of Joshua's. Yeah, Loki. Like. What the fuck, dude? That is not the answer I was expecting. Like, at all. Maybe a while ago I would have predicted this as, like, a joke. Like, this would have been my joke answer. But the fact that's a real answer is insane. Get those gears turning again? I don't know how they can turn. This does change the relationship with the diamonds and the gods, though. Like, unarguably. There is no way and if or but of this not being... You're lucky doesn't not... you're lucky doesn't not load mercenaries, otherwise the law would have corrupted you. You are now one of us. Yay. Thanks. It took 4 fucking volumes and 742 chapters. Oh, I'm happy to be a part. Holy fucking shit. How the hell am I meant to make one video in this? What the fuck? This is gonna be a multi-part fucking video. I know this for a fact, dude. Oh my days. Oh, my brain is fucked. We have... Yeah, we have 7 chapters left. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I'm writing that down. I want to get the words right. Fuck. Where'd that go? Man, I can miss the epic reveal. Brother, you can literally just go back in the timeline. It's a live stream. You can just do that. Oh. You wanna know something funny? Like, something that's, like, legitimately funny about this, right? This does not change my hypothesis that I think the diamonds and the gods are, like, genetically related. And the war began. Well, the beef began. Not because of hope, but because of never. That's the one thing I think this reveal really doesn't change for me. It is the second nightmare. Yep. You don't have to. You don't need to write down this knowledge. It is rent-free in your head. What are your thoughts now? My thoughts now means the dynamic of the gods and the diamonds has changed drastically. Like, fucking completely. Because this means the relationship that we had previously known the gods and the diamonds to have was a lie. Never wants to bond the sky god, and that's why I think there was a beef between them. The gods and the demons, to be specific. I had said that a while ago as a joke, and then it got mentioned again, and I was like, oh shit, this might actually be a serious plot point in the lore. And the more information we keep learning about these two fuckers, literally in this case, I guess, the more I'm like, I think that's true. Alright, let's see Sunny level up. Let's see Sunny level up. Chapter 743. appraisal. Does this mean even the gods can't get rid of their own flaw? That's exactly what I think that means. I think it means that literally, one, it means the gods is literally just a title. It's just a title. That's it. And that there is something up blatantly above them. Sunny just got more complex? Yeah. It's crazy how, to this day, there are still open questions about this arc and even stuff before this arc. Keep in mind that we are chapter 2954 Shadow Slave, and with 2 chapters a day. I hope G3 grinned when he watched this. Knowing that fucker has seen my videos, I hope he is grinning into ear with this reaction, because he's fucked my head off. It's just completely. I also just realized something. Can I change this, like, at all? No. And it's going to be bothering me until I fix it. There we go. Chat is now fixed. Right. Chapter 743, Appraisal. Your nightmare is over. Prepare for the appraisal. Once again, Sunny found himself in this space between dream and reality. The boundless black void illuminated by the myriad of stars with countless strings of silver light connecting them together to form an infinite, beautiful pattern. Now he is at time. Now he has to resent understanding of sorcery. Sunny saw the pattern differently. His old suspicions grew stronger, slowly turning into certainty. This is the inner sanctum of the spell, and if this spell would have been created by Weaver, then what was he looking at? Its weave. The myriad of stars were the nexus. The strings of light, however, were not the same as the threads of existence he could create himself. Instead, the spell had weaved a sight. The spell had weaved from the string of fate itself. This information I already kind of suspected. Or even fucking knew at certain points. Oh, he'll be grinning when you read the final part of Volume 5. Don't worry, nothing compared to what you'll learn moving forward. Fun, great, yay. As the realization took root in his heart, Sunny shuddered. The scale of this cosmic weave and the silver light of the numerous stars that surrounded him had already been too vast to comprehend. Now that he has glimpsed at its true nature, it seemed even more inconceivable. Fucking hell, I'm trying to say a different word here. Yes, Weaver was called the Demon of Faith, but harvesting its very fabric to create a titanic enchantment, it was too incredible even for the firstborn of the unknown, for a demon. Sunny shivered once again. We are the flaw. What does she mean? What the fuck does she mean, Sunny? What the fuck does she mean? Hope's answer had shooken him to his core. At least I'm not the only one. The implications were too unthinkable. He did not truly understand what she had meant, but felt as though he was at the precipice of a vast and terrible truth. Sunny was still far away from grasping that truth, however. Were the demons personifications of the flaws that the gods had shed? Is that how the gods had become flawless? Or had the gods became flawless because the demons appeared instead? None of it made sense. How did the unknown, from whom the demons had come, fit into this? Was there a hint at who or what the unknown had been? Or was? I don't know if I've ever said my suspicion on who the unknown was, like where the demons came from. I think that's the actual god unknown. The unknown god, specifically. I wholeheartedly, fully believe that is the god of dreams. I had thought that since, like, halfway through the Chained Isles. I still think that now. I'll say that now, as we're still streaming this. As always, there are too many questions and almost no answers. If there was one thing that became clear, however, it was that the relationship between the gods and the demons was even more complicated than thought. How infuriating. Sonny had learned a remarkable secret, but had no way to understand it. He stared at the distance for some time inside. Well, whatever. I'm too small and weak to be concerned with the secrets of the divine anyway. Although he was not as small as weak had he been before. He was a master, or rather, he was about to become one. Alright, later on, I must enjoy your sleep. Bro's reading comprehension is level 101. Thank you.
Awakened. Your trial is over.
Its voice continued to resonate in the black void.
A loathsome shadow came to the land of shattered dreams. It was captured and thrown into a cage, but escaped by weaving source.
Is this a recap? Escaped by weaving sorceries and sword, the shadow, leaving the Colosseum behind. The shadow would travel to the Inferno and lit hundreds of lives and died hundreds of deaths in the dreadful nightmare, forgetting that I was there. Yeah. The lords were killed, the city was destroyed, the shadow broke the chains of hope and set desire free. You have slain and awakened. Huh? Right. Okay. The spell went on to list everyone and everything he had killed inside the nightmare. Sonny had felt something strange was happening. Oh, that's why. Right. Because it did not take too long for the spell to finish with the part of the appraisal. Fucking hell. And there was a lot for this in this list. Sonny had been busy these past 5 months after all, and he had lost count at some point. But the number of his victims had to be somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000. He had slain 1,000 enemies at the Red Colosseum alone. Fucking hell. A few stood out from the litany of names. The Red Priest, Nightmare, the Three War Maidens, a few high-ranking officers of the Flying Fleet, Sylvain herself. That was the tally of his deeds. The spell was not shy, showering him with the praise. Of course, his most dangerous battle had been the battle against Mordred. After a while, the spell was ready to pass its verdict.
You have set the demoness chained by the gods.
Oh my god.
You have set free a demoness chained by the gods. Your achievements are remarkable. Your final appraisal, excellent.
This is what I mean by the spell having a personality. Why can it be so robotic sometimes, and yet have such a dissonant personality here? With that, he grew silent. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments and then frowned. Wait, what? Excellent? Just excellent? What the hell, spell? He did not bother to add a remark after the appraisal. He had killed hundreds and hundreds of awakened humans and nightmare creatures, including plenty of fallen abominations and masters. He'd even kill a saint. He had learned true sorcery and won a battle against a whole army, causing the deaths of several immortals, and set a demon free against the god's will. He had cut off the head of his... He had his head cut off and his heart ripped out and still lived to tell the tale. Was that still not enough to earn a better remark? Why do you think he's only getting an excellent this time? Probably just the circumstance of it all. Like, yeah, he set Jane. He killed the saint. He did all these remarkable things, and he has changed a lot as a person, which I need to fucking get to. I need to get to that. And that's enough for an excellent. I legitimately don't know what he could have done to gain like a fantastic or some shit. Not that it merited anyway. Unlike the first nightmare, the second nightmare did not come with an additional boon. Soon he had already had a true name and an aspect legacy. All he was going to receive was an ascension, which was the only word he truly cared about. But still, why was his performance on the first nightmare approved as glorious, but his performance on the second nightmare was just excellent? Both achievements seemed equally improbable, but this one was without a doubt much more impressive. Suddenly an idea entered his mind. Sonny's eyes widened. Can this be true? If it is, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. What was the difference between what he had done in the first two nightmares? Yes, his deeds in the Kingdom of Hope were astonishing and borderline and impossible, but almost all of them repeated the events of the original past. They had followed the current fate. The Temple of Charles had been destroyed, the Sun Prince had lost its arm and ended up with a chest torn open, hanging out from the shipwreck island, his legs tangled with the broken chain. Lord Cervex died wrapping its body around the ivory tower. The only substantial change he had achieved was killing Sylvain, instead of letting her suffer for eternity in the grasp of the worm vein. In the first nightmare, however, Sonny was not sure how the true temple slave fared, but he suspected that their paths divide quite a lot. In other words, he had carved his own path through the Black Mountain, overcoming the current of fate to a much larger degree. But what did it all mean? Sonny forgot to breathe. Was that what the spell truly valued? Was that what the true purpose was? Had Weaver created it to change fate? Ooh!
Oh! Interesting. Interesting. So my original theory wasn't too far off, but it wasn't exactly correct. That's interesting. Huh.
That's fascinating. Okay. Chapter 744. Ascension. Sonny reeled from all the information he was receiving. He had already been exhausted after the battle against the Flying Armada, the race across the burning city, and the confrontation with Mordred and the rest. Witnessing Cope in her true form and hearing her inhuman, beautiful voice had almost overloaded his mind. Looking at the spell through the prism of his new knowledge of a sorcerer had been another shock, and the latest revelation. Sonny groaned. Your theories is something like an excellent, is an excellent but a blind driver's driving skill. Hey, bitch, call me Cassie then. Weaver. Where was this guy? He was in the Nightmare, but he never watched him. No, the Weaver definitely watched him. I think it would be inconsequentially stupid to think the Weaver in the past didn't know about him. Like, at all. Of course, he could not be certain of the validity. I'm assuming that's meant to say validation of his guess, but his intuition told him that he was at least partially right. The appraisal of all the challengers' performance did not depend on the greatness of the feats they achieved, but instead on how far they could stray from the predetermined outcome. How well would they have restrained the current fate? The spell wanted humans to strain against the chains of fate, maybe even break them. But why? Why would the demon of fate want fate to be subjected? By mere mortals, no less. And what was the point of manipulating fate inside of illusionary nightmares? No matter how much was changed, it was never going to affect the dream realm or the waking world. It was never going to reach reality. Whatever change had been made, it was going to disappear forever as soon as the nightmare ended. As far as Sonny knew. No echo of the events had transpired in the first, second, or third nightmare. Had never affected the changes in the real world. The only thing that returned from the nightmares, but he awakened. He frowned, feeling a vague hint of suspicion appearing in his mind. However, before he could grasp at it, the spell spoke again. Its voice rounded in the darkness enveloping him in all directions. The third seal is broken, awakening dormant powers. Sonny was about to ascend. Just as before, he felt as though something was waking up inside of him. His four cores ignited with an intense heat, the power within them surging, the heat spreading through his soul and his body, rejuvenating and changing them. The feeling was familiar and euphoric. He felt his body being reforged into a stronger, better, more perfect version of itself. His soul was going through the same sublime transformation. This process was already familiar to Sonny, since more than less the same thing happened to him twice before. However, this time, something was different. Instead of stopping after reaching the threshold, qualitative changes and immense fortification, the transformation continued. His body and his soul both turned incandescent and malleable, but a furious heat flowing through them started to melt through each other. They slowly merged. Bitch! But he was not simply joining into a single whole. Instead, two parts of his being resonated with each other, reinforcing one another. The power of the resonance grew stronger and stronger, and then exploded. And once it reached his four cores, under the influence of the resonance, the threshold was demolished, punishing him even further on the path of evolution. And his body and soul became one. Oh, yeah, right, I forgot about that. Forgot about that. Out of all the types of gods, what specific reason do you think the unknown is the dream god? Dream realm, nightmares, the Weaver not only being the person that is manipulating fate, but the entire reason people and humans of any kind are able to ascend is by going through nightmare seeds. It's literally called the dream realm. There is no other hint to what the fuck this thing could be other than the god of demons, which is stupid. That's silly, because the demons are already called gods, or the god of dreams. And there's an ascension to this shit, right? There's an ascension to how many fucking things you can travel through. There's probably 7. Because 3 fucking glazes the number 7 like it's Christ. If the nightmare spell is weaved, who's that mean that it's a memory? He was eating popcorn. Yeah, probably they were watching, but Weaver is someone who hides their secrets, so Spell might not recreate Weaver. Not for Sunny to find, are you kidding me? I highly doubt it would be for Sunny to find. Under the influence of the resonance, the threshold demolished became one. A profound change took place. Suddenly, Sunny felt the shadow essence coursing through every fiber of his being with a stark clarity. The difference was so staggering he almost yelped. The measure of control he could exert over his essence became incredibly precise and fine. Additionally, since his body and soul were now deeply connected, the effect of one on the other also went through a fundamental change. He could do much more, and with much less. This was the true boom of the Ascension. And there was something else. A deep and vast shift in his very being that he could feel but not understand or express with words yet. All Sonny knew was that it had something to do with his revelation of the waking world and the dream world, and its connection to both. Suddenly, the heat suffocating his newly reforged self subsided and turned into a pleasant coldness. The coldness that then disappeared and absorbed into his spirit and flesh and his bones. He looked at the black void with new eyes. He felt powerful. He felt as though a furious might boiling under his skin. He also felt calm and confident, balanced. As he listened to his body, the spell spoke from the darkness. Awakening. Aspect. Ability. Aspect ability. Acquired. Sonny held his breath. Aspect ability name. Shadow manifestation. Is this gonna be what I fucking said it was? If this is what I think it is, I'm walking out my fucking bedroom. He clenched his fist. Is this what I think it is? However, to his surprise, the spell was not done speaking. Stunning Sonny, the voice resounded once again. Your attribute evolved. Your aspect ability has evolved. Excuse the fucking hell out of you? The spell paused for a moment and then added sullenly. Your ascension is complete. Oh, the fucking snake. Right. I forgot about that. Wait, what has evolved? He hurriedly summoned his runes to read them. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Devil. Shadow Cause, 4 out of 7. Shadow Fragments, 744 out of 4,000. That's funny. That's a clever G3. Sonny stared at the numbers of his fragments for a moment and shook his head and skipped ahead the attributes. Attributes: Fated, Flame of Divinity. He expected the flame to transform once again, but it was the same. Neither did Bloodweave or Boneweave change. Instead, Child of Shadows was gone. A new attribute was replacing it. Master of Shadows. Okay. What? He snuck into the deep breath, waited for a moment, and then concentrated on the shivering symbol. Master of Shadows. Attribute description. Shadows recognize you as one of their champions. Oh, this is gonna be like a 3-part video, isn't it? Oh, Lord. Wait, does this mean I can command wild shadows now? He quickly concentrated on his abilities, looking for the one that had evolved. It was Shadow Control. Now, its description read, Shadow Control. Ability description. Your shadows are now more independent than most, and are invaluable helpers. All shadows respect your authority. Bitch. It does. The possibilities he could command neutral shadows to move and change shape according to his will. So many things would be easier. So many things would become possible. And that new and unexpected gift was going to, without a doubt, synergize not only with his familiar aspect abilities, but with his new one as well. Finally, Sonny moved his gaze to concentrate on his aspect ability. A new room shimmered from the darkness. Aspect ability. Shadow manifestation. Ability description. You can now manifest shadows as tangible objects. He's gonna be able to turn his shadows into people and fight with him. He's gonna be able to turn his shadows into people and fight with him. He's gonna be able to turn his shadows into people and fight with him. Sonny's already broken, brother! The visage of the Mountain King being torn apart by tentacles made by pure shadows appeared in his mind. After some time, Sonny threw his head back and let out a loud, triumphant laugh. Wake up, Sunless. Your nightmare is over. I'm fucking done, brother. What the fuck? Okay. I took a quick walk around my house. His shadows that are made out of his sword, that doesn't seem like a good idea. If they're all equally as powerful as Sonny's base, which they should be logically, then yes, that sounds like a fucking great idea. Oh yeah, let me jump you. Not once, not twice, but 5 times over. Plus my snake, who can transform into any shit I kill, which now includes Sylvain, by the way. My fucking marble stone warrior that is a master combatant. My nightmare horse that can scare the shit out of you and takes that fear and makes it stronger. He is a walking army! Sonny is so strong. If Joshua has a Discord, can someone give me the link? I don't have a Discord. He needs a server, Shadow Slave, other than Shadow Slave art, other than Shadow Slave spoilers. No, because I'd read it then. Even if it's neutral shadows, that's still like a fucking broken ass ability. Not yet. His aspect, not reach what you think. Oh, yay. Alright. I mean, that was going to be... If it's not actually going to be his shadows that he can fully physically manifest, then fine, fair enough. That is not as broken as it should be, but it's still very, 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 very fucking strong. Can this music just stop fucking pausing for 5 seconds because of my goddamn hair? What the fuck are these next 5 chapters gonna be? Even regular. You will see. Yeah, I guess we need to carry on fucking reading. Chapter 745. Freedom of choice. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. That might just be because I'm hungry, but, like, also, fuck me. Erwin, why are you messaging me? No, he's at the bar. Working, not drinking. It's a Tuesday. I don't care. Look at this distinguished gentleman. Oh, yay! We're fucking great. In the dark underground chamber, the metal sarcophagus stood shrouded in silence. Nothing had disturbed the silence, and no light had penetrated the darkness in a long, long time. Until now. Suddenly, the sarcophagus came to life, and its scattering of light ignited on its surface. A crack opened on the smooth alloy surface, revealing where the edges of the heavy lid were. The lid smoothly slid away, and the flow of the radiant light chased away. The darkness of the underground chamber. Fancy cat. A sophisticated cat. Cold vapor shined as it rose from the inside of the sarcophagus. Then, a pale hand rose from within, and forcefully grabbed the metal lid, easily bending its armored alloy. Sonny struggled to climb out the sleeping pod for a few moments, then lowered his feet on the cool plates of the dojo's floor. A moment later, he swayed and fell down with a yelp. Damnation! Effie should be right next to him now. Sonny remained spewed on the floor for a few seconds, trying to understand what happened and why he suddenly lost balance. Then his eyes gleamed. Wait, I can speak again. I can speak again. A happy smile slowly appeared in his lips. Of course, he was back to being human. He had to return to his own body. Trying to move like a towering demon was not going to do his sense of balance any good. With a mad grin, Sonny nimbly jumped onto his feet and looked down, enjoying the sight of his slender, pale body. Then, a sudden spun of performed several lightning-fast strikes and kicks. Ah, good to be home. It's good to have Sonny back. You know, like real Sonny, good Sonny. He's sure again? Yeah. Our small king has returned, ladies and gentlemen. Once again lost from height, amen. He felt so light, so swift, so agile, but most of all, so himself. It was as though the giant weight fell from his shoulders, quite literally. The Shadow Spawn must have weighed 3 times what Sonny weighed. Being a tall, powerful demon had its own advantages, but he'd much prefer his true, compact self. I think Noctis would really enjoy Sonny's company, as like an actual person. Though I do think he would fuck with the monster a little bit more because Noctis is weird like that. You know, God of Beasts and all that. Sonny was so much lighter, but he was also presented a much smaller target to the enemies to stick the blades in. And although having 2 hands seemed rather inconvenient and silly, shedding the cumbersome shell of the inhuman creature felt nothing short of exhilarating. Besides, now that Sonny was a master, his slender body packed more of a punch than the Shadow Spawn could ever hope to muster. Not to mention how in tune it was with the Shadow Essence now, and how explosive the results could be. At that moment, Sonny was incredibly happy. His neutral stature and height, only after being forced to turn into a lumbering monstrosity, did he learn to appreciate all the benefits of being light, nimble, and swift. Not just makes jokes with Sunless. Probably joke about Sonny being one of his dolls. Oh, he would 100%. Oh my god, he would make so many jokes about Sonny being doll-sized. And frankly, that's the best fucking thing, period. Jade Beauty. At that moment, Sonny was incredibly happy with his neutral stature and height. Only after being forcefully turned into a lumbering monstrosity. Oh, yeah. Inhaling the flawless, filtered air of the underground dojo, he let out a satisfied sigh and glanced at the crumbled metal of the lid of the sleeping pod. He had inadvertently damaged the armor alloy and simply grabbing it too hard. Getting used to his new strength was going to take some time. For a moment, Sonny felt very disheartened about the damage he had done to the expensive machine, but placing the bent metal was not gonna be cheap. It was well within his means, of course, but still. However, he tilted his head slightly. Wait, why do I even care? Why would he ever worry about the luxurious sleeping pod? He didn't need it anymore. He was a master now, a true ascended. If Sonny wished to enter the dream realm, he could just travel there physically. His body would not be left empty and defenseless in the waking world. More than that, he could leave the dream world behind. Forever, if he wanted to. He would never have to go back to that hell. He could remain here in the comfort and safety of the real world, enjoying all that offered, thanks to his wealth and citizenship, and social status. Neutral's a strong word. Neutral for a homeless child. Hey, he is a rich, housed baby man now, okay? We put respect on our baby man, okay? He should be like 21 years old. No? 20, 21? Something like that. He was like, what, 18 when he left the Forgotten Shore? He would have been 19 and a bit going into the holy cliffhanger of the newest chapter. Fun! For the first time after becoming infected by the nightmare spell, Sonny was free to refuse it. He had won his right to have a choice. He was not only a slave to the whims of the world anymore. For now, he could concentrate in the business and open a true memory shop, just like how he wanted it. With his accumulated arsenal of knowledge of sorcery, creating a thriving enterprise would not be a problem. Sonny would be able to grow filthy rich and enjoy a lavish or even dedicated lifestyle without having to risk his life or think about how to sustain it ever again. You could even sleep in an actual bed and see actual dreams. It would not be a beautifully happy ending for the homeless street. Would that not be a beautifully happy ending for the homeless street rat from the outskirts? Sonny froze, staring at the distance. Slowly, a pale smile on his face. Yeah, as if that would ever happen. Somehow, he doubted that extracting himself from the spell would be that easy. Even if he learned how he managed the unpredictable nature of his fated attributes, there were other factors to consider. As a master with a special strategic asset designation, he was bound to attract the utmost attention of the forces of the government's humanity. Neither of the government nor the great clans would leave him be, especially the latter. Sonny suspected that he was going to receive a friendly visit from the representatives of one of the ruling clans of the near future. Thanks to the subtle assistance of Master Jet, they had largely left him alone when Sonny had been simply a promising awakened. Now that he had proved his mantle and elevated to the venerate status of an ascended, the clans would not remain idle, even. At the very least, they had not passed on a message from trying to become a saint without pledging alliance to one of them would not be tolerated. And then there's the whole mess with the Night Temple. Saint Triss said that she would smooth things out with Clan Valor, but Sonny did not know how successful her attempts to shield him from the consequences of Mordred's escape would have ended up being. Even though there are no witnesses to tell the tale of what transpired in the destroyed Citadel, he was hesitant to assume that the great clan had no means of finding the truth. And finally, there was Nephis. Even though Sonny was inclined to believe that Changing Star would not abuse her power over him, he could not be absolutely sure. Worse still, whether certainly he was based on Nephis he knew. He could tell that years of isolation and the harrowing hell of the Dream Realm would do to her mind. Sonny looked down and sighed. No, I'll still be rich and lazy one day, no matter what. You'll see. Just accidentally make an arsenic bomb. Should be fine. His train of thought was interrupted, however, because in the next moment, the whole home suddenly shook and a strangely exhilarated howl resonated somewhere above. Sonny flinched and looked with his wide eyes. What the hell was that? Effie's got her body back! Effie's got her body back, baby! First steps. Someone watch Undead Unlock. If we can nuke it. Reggie Star method. No. Effie has her true body back. Okay. Effie has the real fucking body. Chapter 746. First steps. Summoning the undying chain and the cruel sight, Sonny bypassed using either the elevator or the stairs, stepping through the shadows to leave the underground doge behind. No matter what kind of abomination had found its way into his house, the creature was going to regret it dearly. For a moment, however, Sonny felt a hint of hesitation. He did not know what transpired in the waking world during his absence, after all. He had left the Night Temple 7 months ago. Fucking hell, yeah, he's definitely 20 now. And it had not been back since. For Sonny knew, humanity had fallen in that time. A whole city could have been destroyed by an endless horde of nightmare creatures, stalking the desolate ruins. Any kind of horrors could have hiding in the living room. Well, so what? It's still my living room. No matter what state the awakened world is in, everyone and anyone thinking they could simply make themselves at home in a home that belonged to Sonny would have to reconsider their life choices. Ready for battle, he appeared from the shadows and froze. An exhilarated growl grew louder from above, and it was not produced by a nightmare creature. Instead, it was produced by Muscle Mommy. Effie's got her true body back. Whoop, 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 whoop. It was just crippled. Yeah, and not her real body. This is her real body now. So she's got her body back. I'm not arguing with this in you, Harsh. This is her real body. This is the real Effie. Okay? With beads of condensation still gleaming from her olive skin, the huntress was standing in the center of the room and howling like a maniac. Behind her, the door of the guest bedroom was taken off its hinges, complete with a large piece of the wall and a chunk of the ceiling. That wall was reinforced with an armored alloy, damn it. Sonny stared at his friend in shock and slowly blinked. Wait, Effie is standing? No squatting rights with Sonny. Indeed, the young woman was standing tall and her long legs appearing healthy and strong. There was no wheelchair in sight. In fact, her whole body appeared to have changed. The weak, unhealthy girl with pale skin stretching over brittle bones and a twisted spine had gone. Instead, Effie looked almost like she did in the dream realm. Tall, attractive, with sparkling hazel eyes and perfectly defined lean muscles rolling over the jewelry olive skin. She was radiating an infectious feeling of vitality and vigor. This is G3's favorite character. Holy fucking shit. This is G3's favorite character, dude. Fucking Christ. Everything about her was screaming strength, potency, and power. The only thing that changed was the length of the cut of her hair, which was as degree as her strength. Oh, I know this one. A mortal guy. Yeah, the cripple was the imposter. Exactly. Before Sonny could realize it, a joyous smile crept up on his face. Of course, the ascension was a miraculous process. It merged the physical and the spiritual bodies together, taking the best parts and perfecting both. Even the lost could return to the dream realm and live the rest of the in the real world. Even one more after consequence of the second nightmare, Effie's durability was no excuse. Was no exception to this magical rule. That was the reason why she had always strived to become a master to begin with. A moment later, Effie ended her triumphant howl on a high note and turned around, finally noticing him. Her eyes shined. Doofus, I'm walking. Oh man, I'm so fucking happy for Effie, man. Oh, this is so fucking cool. I love this, bro. Sonny wanted to say something, but had been forced to look away and cleared his throat. Congratulations. I'm very happy for you. I am, but please, can you put something on? God, oh my god, the artists are gonna fucking love drawing Effie. I did not realize this. Artists are gonna love drawing Effie. I did not realize this. Fuck. Effie blinked a couple of times and looked down. In all the excitement, she had completely forgotten to dress after climbing out the sleep pod. Her grin turned a little sheepish. Ah, well, pretend you didn't see anything. Hearing the young woman hurriedly stomp away, Sonny let out a heavy sigh. I will try. Effie's voice resounded from the guest room. Sonny. He turned his head. What? For a moment there was silence. Sorry about the doors and the walls. Sonny grimaced. It's not a big deal. Wait, walls? As in multiple walls? What the hell did you do? Man, I can't stop fucking smiling from ear to ear. I'm so happy for Effie, man. Effie? Hey, man. Effie's so funny. I miss this version of Effie. I miss this version of Effie so fucking much. While Effie was clothing herself, Sonny was looking around his house. It didn't change much. In the 7 months that passed since his departure, the cleaning system had done a good job keeping everything presentable. If not for the broken door of the guest room and the debris of the collapsing walls laying on the floor, He thought that it only left yesterday. It was a strange feeling. Not much had happened, so much had changed. He had changed the most of all. He was a master now, and was perhaps not only the greatest transformation Sonny had gone through in the living through the Nightmare Temple and the Nightmare. And yes, here in the Waking World, everything was the same. Everything was unchanged. Effie broke some walls with me? You're not built like that, Fanta. I'm just telling you that now. You're not built like that. He did not know how to feel about it. The permanence and the safety of his home were very comforting, but it also filled him with a deep sense of resentment for some reason. A contradiction presented, making him feel confused. Shaking his head, Sonny retrieved his communicator from where he had left it and turned it online. There's a backlog of unanswered messages and where he was going to have to go through. But right now, what he did not mattered. Only the last message caught his attention. It was from Cassie, containing only a couple words. I'm fine. He quickly sent a response and then dialed Kai. His friend answered the call immediately, and as if waiting for it, the young man was already dressed. Although his gorgeous hair was wet and messy in the background, multiple people in stylish business suits were feverishly running around with a silently cell-shocked look on their faces. They were probably representatives of his agency and PR team. Kai smiled. Sonny, what happened? How did the nightmare end? Is everyone alright? Sonny lingered for a moment. I'm alright. Effie and Cassie are alive too. Are alive and well too. After you dealt with the cervix, everything went smoothly. The young man sighed with a relief. Thank the gods. But what about... He grew silent, not wishing to say Mordred's name out loud. Then Kai shook his head. Actually, don't answer that. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Best fucking friendo. The image on the screen of the communicator shifted and then cut off. The last thing Sonny heard was someone's voice yelling. Mr. Knight, what do you mean, step away from the window? Sonny lowered his communicator and smiled. A piece of the broken wall caught his eye and laid on the kitchen table. Everything else was perfectly clean and spotless. As Sonny stared at the piece of debris with displeasure, a dark tentacle rose from below and easily swatted it to the floor. Ooh. Okay. 747. Invisible scars. Usually it would have taken Kai a lot longer to fly across the city to reach the tranquil Trent district. Not that he would have, but today the famous Ado neglected his habit of staying low and out of sight. It seems as though his speed increased tremendously as well, because 10 minutes later he was already at Sonny's door. Maybe because of that, there was no crowd of paparazzi following him. As they waited for Cassie, Effie rummaged through the empty refrigerator, then walked away with a disappointed sigh. There's no food. Sonny, who was evaluating the damages the boisterous hunter had done to the guest bedroom, glanced at her darkly. We'd been gone for months. What did you expect? Effie made a sad face and then shrugged. But I'm hungry. Sonny let out an exasperated breath. I have some siphon paste if you want. She shuddered and opened her mouth to retort, but the moment there was a knock on the door. If not for the horsey shadow, the guard outside reluctantly, of course, since mundane tasks were grossly beneath it. Sonny would have tensed up. However, he already knew it was Cassie. The blind girl walked inside, froze for a moment, and raised a delicately smiling package. I brought food. Oh, her foresight must have gotten strong. I did not think about her foresight getting this strong. Ooh, shit. Effie might be a problem now. Effie threw a quick glance at Kai and grinned. See, someone has sense. She did not stare at the archer for long, though. Kai had been ridiculously charming, but after becoming a master, his looks assumed an almost hypnotizing quality. It was easy to get distracted if one stared at him for too long. In fact, every one of them became much better looking. No future sight, just Effie shenanigans. It's just Cassie knowing Effie far too well. People get more good looking the more they rank up. Yep. She can see. She can see now. In fact, everyone after studying Kai and Cassie for a bit, Sonny couldn't help but shake his head ruefully. A sudden expression on his face, he finally understood why Master Jed had called herself average when they first met, at least as far as the Ascended went. Still, it felt wrong to put the word average in one sentence with someone like her. Jed possessed an intangible quality that no one he had ever met was able to match. The four of them were masters too now, but they were far away from matching her arresting presence. And Sonny himself, he wasn't sure that he was qualified to be considered a flower boy, as Soul Reaper had once predicted, but he couldn't call himself unassuming anymore. The scrawny boy from the outskirts was gone. Instead, a young man with Palestine skin and striking black eyes took his place. Deep in the darkness, visible only to Sonny himself, golden threads of weave, forbidden legacy glowed in the flames of divinity. I wish he could. There was a gif. Cassie. Oh? There was a gif of Cassie saying, I see. Can we throw her in the montage of blind people that say, I see? I love that meme so fucking much. It's so silly. Arrest me, Jet? No.
Me! Arrest me, Jet!
Deep in the darkness, only Sonny could see the golden weaves. The four of them settled around the table and shared a silent meal. Despite the fact they should be exhilarated by the triumph over the nightmare, none of the four seemed too joyous. Well, except for Effie, who couldn't stop grinning and gleaning, stealing glances at her pristine, vigorous body. The huntress was overflowing with giddiness. No, me, brother. No, me. She can read my soul. She can do a lot more than that. And the other three, however, just felt hurt, tired, and empty. And why wouldn't they be? Inside the nightmare, there was no time for weakness. They had to carry on, no matter how deep those wounds delved to their souls. Cut. Now that the danger had passed and the members of the cohort were back to the real world, all those invisible scars were starting to make their presence known. The slaughterhouse of the Red Colosseum, the nightmares, and the assault of the Ivory City, all of it was slowly coming back to haunt Sonny. The others shared their demons to quell, no doubt. She can read my soul. Take Effie. I don't. Don't be switching to. Yeah. No. To be fair. To be fair. I don't mind. I don't mind either. If this is a tag team, take your fucking pick. I don't mind. I like chocolate. I've always been on Team Jet, to be fair. I like an emo bitch that can fucking kill me. Don't believe me? Look at my dating track record. It's scary. Oh, fuck off. I don't want to deal with you yet. I'll deal with the stream, and then I'll deal with you. After a while, Kai poured himself a cup of tea, looked at Sonny, and asked with uncertainty. So, what happened? I don't really remember much after being swallowed by Server X. Effie dropped her fork and stared at the archer with a stunned expression. Swallowed? What? You were swallowed by the dragon? Kai smiled with embarrassment. Oh, not really. I just sort of jumped into his mouth. Because I didn't know how else to kill him. Effie blinked a couple of times, but didn't say anything. She even forgot her food for a moment. She looked down at her food, and then sighed. Nothing really changed. I managed to stall the fifth challenger for a while. He fell for my deception. He had assumed that I would not trust anyone with the knives. I think after you killed the dragon, there was no reason to him for to stay. He left to salvage at least some reward of the nightmare ended. And I crossed the Ivory Island. He grew quiet for a moment. The fan art of Jet is insane. Literally my tied to every detail. I mean, we don't know how big the back is, so I can't really talk on that, but... Same. Even the age. When Servix died, one of two remaining chains that had held broken. Then the other one did too. The tower rose into the sky, and as it did, the force holding the island afloat shifted, creating the crushing. That's how the chained isles came to be. Hope escaped, and the nightmare ended. A somber silence took over the table. After a while, Cassie asked, So Lord Noctis fell too? Yes, and he asked me to give him the obsidian knife, and broke the last chain himself. Effie sighed and glanced at the cup of tea in front of her. Damn it! I wish we had something stronger to drink in his honor. Some wine, maybe. Noctis was a devious, wicked, two-faced lunatic, but he was also great in more sense than one, you know? She smiled wistfully and then shook her head. Isn't it strange? Mourning a figment of the spell. They weren't real after all. Sonny looked down, knowing that Effie was not only talking about Noctis. Then the corners of his mouth curled upwards. He raised a cup of tea and smiled. Actually, I think that enjoying some tea is what he would have wanted for us to do. That was his plan, you know. Win the war. Win the war against the immortal saints, defy the gods, release the demon of hope from a prison, and then have a cup of tea.
Sudi took a sip and let out a satisfying sigh. So let's relax and do exactly that. We deserve that much at least. I fucking love this series so goddamn much. What a great way to tie that back. What a fucking great way to tie that back. Fuck, that's good. Fuck, that is good.
Depression? Honestly, no, that's cheered me up a lot, actually. I love that. Because he's right. It's exactly what Noctis would have wanted. Ah, oh, that's great. That is like legitimately fucking awesome. Chapter 748. Young Masters. Sometime later, Sonny left the house and sat on the porch by himself. His thoughts were in a disarray. So much had changed. So much had happened. So much was going to happen in the next few days as well. His life was inevitably going to transform. Hopefully, for the better. However, there were many obstacles he was going to have to overcome, and many decisions he was going to have to make in order to avoid being destroyed by the changes instead. Although Sonny had grown considerably stronger, and obliterating him was not as easy anymore, there were still threats out there that he did not dare to face. He sighed and looked down. I am a master. Noctis is the Chainbreaker. Oh, never really thought of that. And did it with a dear friend. Amen. The knowledge rested in his mind, but he was yet to comprehend. He was yet to truly comprehend it. Ascended had not seemed so distant and glorious to him. Once, not quite demigods, but also were not mortals anymore. But now he was one of the vented beings himself. He could feel inhuman power coursing through his veins, and that was something he couldn't process that fast. And yet, time waited for no one. Sonny knew that, and he knew there would be no opportunity to properly get used to his swiftly shifting circumstances. He had a lot to do, and he had to do it now. Just take one step at a time. What did he have to do immediately? Call Aikyo for one. He had to let his business partner know that he was back to get an update on how Rain was doing. Then discover a way to contact the White Feather Clan and find out the fall of the destruction of the Night Temple. Although Cassie could handle that. Finally, we had to get in touch with Master Jet for the better or worse. She was his handler and his point of contact with the government. If things turned out bad to worse, with the Great Clans, the authorities were the only force influential enough to shield him. For a price, no doubt. Sonny grimaced. Not yet. I need to collect my thoughts first. He leaned back and studied the familiar, peaceful landscape of the terrorist district. Despite the fact that the Great Clans possessed incredible power, it was not easy to deal with Sonny and the other members of the cohort anymore. All four of them were masters now. The exception... and exceptional ones at that. Not only had they conquered the second nightmare, they had done it with an abnormally young age. And after entering the Seed, one measly year after awakening. The survivors of the Forgotten Shore were already famous, and at least accomplished, and the least accomplishments was bound to stir up a real storm, both the media and behind the doors. Sonny was not able to remain fully under the radar anymore. Not to mention, each of them had received extremely powerful abilities. Effie was perhaps the most remarkable in how useful it was. Sonny expected the Huntress to receive another combat ability, but instead her new power appeared to be up to bolster her allies as long as they could see her. That's an insane ability! It was as though they were receiving a part of her phenomenal comprehensive physical augmentation. Sonny had experienced that enchantment himself when Effie enthusiastically activated her new ability, and I had to admit, it was powerful. Not comparable to what a young woman herself could accomplish, but still significant. What was even more amazing, it could be effortlessly shared with a number of people as long as they maintained a line of sight with the Huntress. Without additional cost in essence, that basically meant any cohort, any force, even an army could benefit tremendously from having Effie in their ranks. Of course, masters usually acted alone. They were simply not enough masters and too much for them to do to form full cohorts for ascension. However, that did not mean that one could not build supporting teams of Awakens or even mundane soldiers around them. Sonny had seen exactly when Master Jet arrived to contain the gate at the government forces. Yep, I'm at volume 9. Reading it slowly and steadily. Waiting for chapters every day. It's a great ability. Yeah, no, that's a fucking broken ability, dude. So Effie was about to get very, very popular among the great powers of humanity. Kat was in a very similar situation, though for a different reason. His ascend ability was strange and a little bit frightening. None of them, not even Kai himself, had any chance to explore the full range of its capabilities. However, the potential of what it could achieve was vast. Basically, Kai's voice acquired a supernatural quality that compelled people who heard it to follow his commands. The result and the consequence depended on how much essence he poured into the compulsion and the target's resilience, as well as some other factors that no one understood. Direct commands were hard to force on people with strong willpower and high resilience to mind attacks. For example, if Kai and another ascendant were to drop their weapons, they would be able to refuse the compulsion. However, the grip might grow weaker and the attacks might grow slower. The same principle worked the other way too. The compulsion did not have to be aimed at the enemy. Kai could call upon his allies to fight with more forever or hold their ground no matter what. He could invoke any feeling he wanted in large groups of people and lure them to their deaths like a siren. Sonny, he's gonna be a leader. If this isn't confirmation that my fucking hypothesis is correct, then I don't know what would be. I'm being too loud. Oh my god. I didn't think I'd be this fucking right about it. Oh shit. The ability to make himself incredibly valuable for those who held power as well. The government propaganda machine especially was going to lose its collective mind over Nightingale and its enchanting voice. And there was one more. Kai's aspect had evolved after he had faced and slain the Ivory Dragon. Instances like this were known to happen, but they were also incredibly rare. His aspect ability was now ascended, which made his previous abilities more potent, and even introduced new facets to them. The Archer had no time to explore these changes yet, so his friends had no idea what the evolution entailed. They only knew that the friend had grown stronger, perhaps in a way that few would notice. And then there was Cassie. Her new ability was perhaps the most obscure and exotic. The blind girl herself described it as the ability to perceive the world from a different perspective. In other words, she could now use someone else or something else to sustain her senses. She could smell through someone else's nose, she could feel through someone else's touch, she could see through someone else's eyes. While Cassie herself was blind, she was able to look upon the world and see what the recipients of the connection saw. The connection could be established with several mediums at the same time, as long as she had a mental capacity to withstand the flood of input. What was more disturbing was the fact that the medium did not necessarily have to acquire the connection or even be aware of it, although it took much less essence to sustain the connection with a willing recipient. She sees, she can fucking see now. Yeah, shit. Despite not being too flashy at first glance, this was an insidiously formidable ability. After all, knowledge was the origin of power, and Cassie could potentially become a vortex of it, and there was a lot of uses for such an ability. From becoming the connective tissue between the commanders and a soldier during the large-scale battle, to establish an invisible and undetectable spy network. Additionally, Cassie's first ability expanded once again, now allowing her to not only perceive attributes but aspect names, but also the aspect abilities of her awakened. This bitch is strong as fuck now. She is like actually fully legally scary. In short, she would be a boon for any clan, great clan, or branch of the government. However, Sonny knew that the blind girl was dead set on remaining independent and continuing to lead the Firekeepers. Perhaps she would even get a chance to light all the revelations, his own aspect ability. Shadow manifestations seemed to pale in comparison. But that was just if one did not look closer. Sonny suspected that his new ability was much more versatile, insidious, and powerful than the other three. Speaking of that, wasn't it time to know it better? I'm a dip for a second, so am I, because I need to piss. Shadow Manifestation. It's so funny when you think that Nephthys G3's Dark Souls 2 character and her followers are named Firekeepers. I called this out back in like the Forgotten Shore, or like the Chained Isles even, because she looks like a Dark Souls character. And the Firekeepers, don't forget there's Neo in the Forgotten Shore as well. Bullshit. Anyway, we be back in like 2 minutes, so just like, you know. Hi, I'm back. Nito, if he was a little obese. One more chapter and we're at 750. One more chapter and we're done. 5 hours, baby. 5 hours of speculation, talking, and we still need to get to the fucking whiteboard. I might leave that for the Sunday stream now. I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking 12:30. I'm getting tired. Anyway, I was about to go to sleep like 1 hour before the stream started, but waited until this part. 7:49. Shadow Manifestation. Nope, didn't want to open you.
The UK introduced a 4-day working week.
Fuck off, Gimp. Anyway, for a while, Sunny silently experimented with his new power. Shadow Manifestation was an interesting ability, especially when combined with the evolved Shadow Control. It was deceptively straightforward, but held much more depth than Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to figure out, or the potential used in such a short time. The fundamental function of Shadow Manifestation was rather simple. It allowed him to turn shadows tangible. But the devil hid in the details. Now that Sunny enjoyed authority over all shadows, not only his own, he could manipulate their shape and make them move according to his will. However, that facet of his ability had its caveats. Not all shadows were the same. Some were young and some were ancient. Some were deep and some were shallow. Most importantly, some belonged to inanimate objects and some belonged to living beings. It's 1:30 here, it's 2:30 here. Fucking hell, why are you people still watching me? Although Sunny enjoyed the respect and reverence, he did not mean that all shadows were going to submit to him implicitly. They simply chose to follow his command due to his status as a master of shadows, as opposed to being forced to do it. That was not new to Sunny. He'd already noticed this pattern of behavior when inviting wild shadows to enter the Shadow Lantern. Most of it did, of its own free will, and some abstained, ones refused the invitation. Now that the Child of Shadows attribute had evolved, one of the most ancient and deep of the wild shadows seemed reluctant to answer his call. However, not all shadows were wild. There was a term he decided to use when speaking to those who casted by inanimate objects. And I have a bus ticket for 1 p.m. Ooh. Sorry, brother. Also, 15 likes? Fucking hell. Back-to-back streams with 15 likes? Oh, insane. If a shadow was casted by a living being and connected to the... if the shadow was connected by a living being was connected to a living soul, no matter of authority Sunny had, could compel it to abandon or betray its source. So, shadow control only allowed him to manipulate wild shadows, and depending the deeper and older the shadow was, the more concentrated it took to command it. He also experienced some more strain when commanding distant shadows. Now that Sunny became an ascended devil, the reach of his shadow control extended to almost 10 kilometers? Did not usually extend quite that far. Yeah, no shit. His human mind would have been overloaded if it did. So while Sunny could potentially control shadows that were very far, he simply had no way of sensing them. It was 8:30. The fuck are you? And then came the actual shadow manifestation. Unlike shadow control, shadow manifestation required him to extend essence. The shadows would remain tangible as long as he could continue to sustain them with essence, and would return to their neutral state if he stopped. This was both a blessing and a curse for obvious reasons. Sunny would have preferred to keep his essence. However, there was it was an unexpected and incredible boon of his ability. Due to the fact that the manifested shadows were sufficed with his essence, they assumed it proportionally. In other words, all of them were akin to memories of an ascended rank in terms of durability and resilience. This meant that Sunny shaped a shadow into a blade and manifested it. A blade would be comparable to an ascended memory in both sturdiness and damage it could do. But not... That's insane. What the fuck? But he was not only limited to creating weapons. Shadow manifestation offered him an incredible measure of utility. Since shadows were formless by nature, he could shape them into anything he wanted. He could create barriers, bridges, ropes, suits of armor. The only limitation was his imagination and his reservoir of essence. This and the ability to create sorcery and manipulate items and actually turn certain items, objects, into into memories. Sunny's like a walking armory. What the fuck? He could pour his essence, make a sword. With the weaver's ability, and with weaving, add a soul shard to it, and make it a fucking memory with his name. So now memories aren't as important to him as they were before. Yeah, fucking... I don't blame him. Fucking hell, if I had that strong-ass ability. Fuck. More like a walking factory? Yeah, you know what? That's a lot more fair to assume. But he was not limited to create... Oh, yeah. Hell, he can even create a sandal for Nightmare. A saddle for Nightmare, or the entire horse. Of course, nothing came without a cost. The more complex and condensed the shape was, the more essence it took to sustain it. Creating a simple shadow tendril was not too hard, but imbuing it with enough stability to cut through an enemy like a sword was much more taxing. Manifesting deep in ancient shadows took a toll. Enough they were more powerful. And lastly, all the things he made tangible were able to move on their own, as long as their shape allowed it. A sword could not only go fly on its own, but it manifested a shadow that could move around and grab his enemies. This is Sonny. This is so broken. This is a disgusting ability. An infinite toilet paper. I fucking hate you, dude. Sonny, inflate the memory marker with artificial memories now.
Crash the market, Sonny.
And lastly, each shadow possessed its own level of strength, which was usually not too high as far as Sonny was far away from being able to rip an awakened tyrant to shreds for now. And unless he really wanted to, by experimenting a little, he found that he could enhance the mighty... The more force he wanted to exert above the natural threshold, the more essence he had to burn. That would not be too powerful in the hands of the average master, but Sonny was a devil. He had vastly more essence than any other master had at their disposal. If he really wanted to, he could truly exert a monstrous strength through a manifested shadow, even though it would be a grossly inefficient terms of essence expenditure. He felt very happy with such an option. Hi, Harsh. We're reading through Sonny's fucking ability. The fact he is now a walking artillery shop at this point. This is the most broken shit I'd ever seen him have. I would have never thought this is an ability Sonny could have. Who wouldn't want to rip his enemies apart without having to lift a finger? Even if there were many easy and smart ways to kill something, very few were as cool and as devious. Apart from Wild Shadow, Sonny could also manifest his own. In fact, doing so was much easier, allowing him better control and demanded much less essence to be used. For a few moments, he imagined summoning gloomy, happy, creepy, and haunty, arming them with shadow blades and making them fight with his steed. What a sight that would be! However, thinking about it for a bit, he decided that would not be a very good idea. And there was a very simple reason for that. These tangible shadows could affect the real world. And that in turn, they could be affected in turn. Manifested shadows could damage his enemies, they could also be damaged instead. Since his shadows were deeply connected to his soul, making them vulnerable to physical attacks was a very stupid thing to do. Sonny did not want to think about what would happen if one of them was destroyed. At most, they would be able to perform simple tasks that did not pose any risk. Overall, Sonny was very happy with his new aspect ability. It was powerful, versatile, and providing him the potential, potent means to both attack and defend, as well as an incredible utility. Now he can fake his height with Shadow Stool. There goes the drawback. Oh my god. What made him especially happy though was how perfectly it synergized with Shadow Lantern. Oh my god, I didn't even fucking think of Shadow Lantern in this ability. Shadow Manifestation was only one apparent weakness, was the fact it was not always to be surrounded by shadows, without anything to manifest its worth and almost non-existence, unless he wanted to risk his own shadow, of course. However, the weakness could be made short by Shadow Lantern. With its help, Sonny could carry an infinite amount of shadows with... This is the stupidest fucking mishmash of abilities I have ever seen in my goddamn life. This is what a fucking stupid way of synergizing the power system together. And I love it. This is the most broken MC or a power-up this kind of MC could get. Fuck my life. A swarm of shadow. Wherever Sunny went, a swarm of shadows to follow. We're done. 7:50. Home. We read this and we're done.
Every time he becomes more and more adaptable.
Yeah, fucking Christ. Sonny remained on his porch for a while longer, thinking about nothing in particular. He wondered about the future and about the past. What would happen to the real Noctis? What happened to the real Hope? What happened to a cursed city? He had seen the corpse of the Cerberus Prince in the Dream Realm, however. Sylvain had still been alive, and the obsidian sword and the ivory knives had never been used, hinting that the real events of the liberation of Hope had been both familiar and vastly different from how it had transpired in the nightmare. Had Noctis succeeded in his abomination to make a deal with Weaver, had the Demon of Hope helped him find a way to break the eternal shackles of Hope without using the knives? If so, had the sorcerer perhaps survived his mad rebellion? What was the price he paid? Of course, Sonny knew that there were no answers to his questions. He had never... I'll keep reading in a sec. Okay, I'm writing that down. What was the price he paid? Of course, Sonny knew that he had no answers for his questions. He was never going to learn the truth. The events he had lived in the nightmare were too distant and shrouded in too much mystery for him to discover it. As though, about all those things, a familiar figure suddenly appeared on a crosswalk. A teenage girl with pale skin and black hair, walking back from school, a somber expression on her face. Noticing Sonny, she froze for a second and suddenly sprinted over. Halfway over the porch, Sonny remembered herself and slowed down. Oh, she wanted to give him a hug. Give your brother a hug. She stopped near Sonny, hesitated for a few moments, and went to hit him on the shoulder with her little fist. Where the hell have you been? Are you back? You were gone for so long. Sonny leaned back and grinned. Hey, Rain. Of course I'm back, can't you see? And where was I? Oh, I visited a temple. And then I went on a little cruise. Then I visited a couple of towers, spent some time at a theater, befriended a horse, lived in another temple for a while. Finally, I visited a pretty city and got known to its ruler. Why? Did you miss me? Rain stared at him for a few moments and scoffed. Me? Why would I miss you of all people? She grew silent, looked down and added shyly. Well, maybe I did miss you. A tiny bit. My new tutor was a very respectable awaken, but he is not at all as fun as you. Sonny looked at her for a few moments and smiled. An awakened, huh? What a pity. I'm a master now. Rain froze and threw a short glance at him. You're a master, as in an ascended? Wait, what? His smile grew smug. Indeed, I am. You know what that means? What? Sonny leaned forward and said in a friendly tone, why, it means that my lesson's going to be much more expensive, of course. He laughed and grew silent and added a short pause. Oh, and I miss you a tiny bit too. I love the fucking interaction. I love their interaction so fucking much, dude. I forgot. I was so skitterish writing that down. I forgot to fucking put the pen on. Okay. A dark river flowed through the cavernous expanse of a black stone. New POV. A frog nestled in the water, shifting its quiet murmurs and unveiling everything in white. A lone source of light was traversing through the fog, tearing a path through it. It was a slender, glued cut of onyx, with a glass lantern hanging at its bow. A pristine white flame burning within the candle, straining against the confines of the crystal prison. The frog opened up before the gondola, and it was silently closed behind. A young woman with silver hair and ivory skin was curled up into a ball, sleeping at the bottom of the onyx boat in the stark light of the lantern. Her face seemed deathly pale and vulnerable. Nephis, baby! I need to calm down. It's almost 1 in the morning. Oh, Tia, she's here. On the stern of the gunlag stood the skeleton dressed in rags. Fuck off, he went with him? Her even? On the stern of the gunlag stood the skeleton dressed in rags. He was working with awe, staring at the frog and at the young woman. Despite the fact that the skeleton had no lungs, no lips, and no tongue, he was humming and singing. One day the gods will fall and reveal the lie. Wait. This is gonna be important information. Wait a minute. Wait. One day the gods will fall and reveal their lie. The one who sleeps will awaken to devour his children. Oh, and us all. That which was forgotten will be remembered and consumed in the world. Oh, all of us will dream a nightmare of the forgotten god. Oh! One day the gods will fall and reveal their lie. The one who will sleep will awaken to devour his children. Oh, and us all, that is which is forgotten will be remembered and consume the world. Oh, all of us will dream the nightmare of the forgotten god. Oh, the fuck off. I can't handle music right now. Oh! Taking a picture of this. I'm sorry. Okay. Whoa, my brain had a fucking 2 brain blasts in a chapter. Was not. This reveal's bigger than the floor thing? Yeah, blatantly. What the fuck? As he sang, the young skeletons. As he sang, the young woman stared, and then slowly opened her eyes. The skeleton grew silent and glanced at her. Good morning, creature. How did you sleep? She sat up straight and didn't answer, staring at the skeleton with tired grey eyes. The boatman waited for a bit and shrugged. Are you feeling well? You have not been speaking for the past few weeks. Creature, has your mind finally gone? Has she not been able to read Sonny's thing? Huh. The old woman remained silent, making the skeleton uncomfortable. He shook his head. Something about you feels different today. Your shadow. It seems to have grown deeper. How peculiar. Huh. There was no answer. They continued to sail in silence for a while. Slowly, the fog receded, revealing a black shore. The skeleton changed the course of the boat and let it drift until the bottom skate against the rock. Also, you're right. I don't feel like I'm doing Arias a service here. He is a part of the 9.
This is it, creature. This is as far as I can go.
The young woman remained motionless for a while. Then she stood up and touched the lantern, letting the white flame travel from her palm. She jumped onto the shore, staggered slowly, frightened, straightened herself, looking into the darkness. She finally spoke. How close are we to that? The skeleton shrugged.
Close enough, I'd wager. Sorry to lie to you, by the way. In my defense, you only have yourself to blame, creature. One would be foolish enough to believe that anyone can cross the underworld. This place is not like for us, traverse. Getting this close to its inner borders was already a miracle.
He hesitated for a while and then added.
Are you sure you want to go on? There are worse fates than death, creature. Trust me, I wouldn't know.
He has a walking skeleton, he would know. The young woman glanced at him, then asked, What about you? What will you do? The skeleton laughed.
Me? Oh, I don't know. Now that I've been taken off that damn tree, there's not much time for me to exist. Maybe I'll try and find what remains of the Shadow Realm. Have a proper death. Maybe just go back into his anoraks for a while for one last time. That fellow was real insufferable, you know.
I'm not really fucking with this voice either. I don't like the papyrus ass voice either. Now, Arias' voice needs to be like Noctis, but if he was a slave. Me? Oh, I don't know. Pompous. We found out as we go. The young woman lingered for a few moments. Nodded and walked into the darkness. Her steps were steady. Then she turned her head and said, Thank you, Arias. Farewell. The skeleton watched her go and then sighed.
What a foolish abomination. Still, I wish her luck. Even though I don't know what she seeks, I hope she still finds it.
As the young woman walked further and further away, the light of her flame grew distant and dim. The darkness surrounded the skeleton and the white fog followed slowly in the distance, as if wishing to consume him. Arias watched the fog draw closer and sigh again. She's not as foolish as me, at least. And then the white mist swallowed him, and his voice abruptly fell quiet. Soon, impenetrable darkness regained the cold river once again. In the far distance, a lonely spark of light continued to climb higher and higher, soon disappearing from view. End of Volume 4, Chainbreaker. Wow! Wow. That was a lot. That was a fucking lot. Oh, my head hurts. I can't lie, I've got a headache. Joshua, at the end of Volume 4, what is your opinion on the Goat Noctis? He fits the Goat title fucking well. He was unarguably, unquestionably, and undoubtedly the single best character in the Chainbreaker novel. Ending the volume with Nephis' POV was interesting. Yes. Also revealing a new location is crazy. Also revealing the Shadow Domain is still around is also fucking crazy. Lord Dump and then Doom Despair. Yep. Wow. Wow. So much fucking happened. Wow, so much happened. Oh my god. Right. 5.5 hours in, we're finally fucking done. I can't believe it. I feel like I need to write down that entire song, dude. Fucking Christ. Noctis is a good friend for Sunny. Noctis, dare I say, is the single best person Sunny's ever had to encounter with that isn't Kai. Noctis is the closest thing that almost made me cry in this fuck-ass series. If it wasn't for the fact that I was reading it out loud, I think I would have teared up a little bit. And the fact I knew he was gonna die. When you look at the bigger picture, so much happened and Sunny is still... What? So much happened and Sunny is still 165? What, like pounds? Kai is just a good boy. Kai's a great boy. We love Kai. Alright. No, alright. Where the fuck do I begin? Where the fuck do I begin? Right. Oh, 165 centimeters. Yeah, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, cheeky 5'4" king. I only feel Sunny acted... I only feel Sunny acted a little like Noctis. A little. I hope he fucking takes his whole personality. Alright. Tomorrow starting volume 5? Fuck no. Fuck no, I've got a headache. I've also got work tomorrow, so I can't do that. Volume 5 will probably be after the YouTube video. I'll be real. And fuck knows when that thing's coming out. I already filmed. I filmed my Volume 2 thoughts. I have finished writing down my Volume 3 thoughts. I just need to record that. Now I need to fucking reevaluate how the fuck I'm going to approach Volume 4. Cause what the fuck? What a rollercoaster of a volume. Fucking everywhere. Fucking everywhere, dude. Holy shit. You need a break, I understand? Yeah, a little bit. This half of my brain right here fucking hurts. Oh, there's so much to consume in those last 5 chapters. Those last, like, 5 chapters. So much. Alright. That was great. How long do you think you'll take to get till Volume 5? I honestly don't know. I need to get this YouTube video just fucking out the way, and then I'll hop on it. Noctis deserves his own video. Honestly, everybody kind of deserves their own video. I'll be real. When's the first video up? No. Volume 2, Volume 3, and Volume 4 are all going to be one video. It's all going to be one thing. All my thoughts and notes are in here. It's all going to be one fucking video. I should have done it volume by volume, but I'm already this fucking deep in. make sure to take a break. That's what the fucking break's gonna be. It's gonna be the YouTube video. I'm not gonna end up like I did with Hunter x Hunter, in where I read the first two arcs technically, and I was like, I'm done. I'm bored. I am more intrigued than I've ever been. Because We Are the Floor is an insane sentence. That song basically confirming my hypothesis of the god being the Dream God is insane. But also, it kind of recontextualizes the gods' relationships to this universe and what we know of the gods in this universe. GTA 6 before we get that video? Fuck off. No, you won't. No. It'll be out before summer properly starts. 100%. And, oh yeah, right. No, I'll add this now. Right. Let me just turn myself over. Fuck it, I'll just say it. Noctis is the personality of the system. So a 5-hour video, which... I mean, it took me like 2 hours to record the Forgotten Shore one, but that should be cut down to about a 40-minute one. It shouldn't be like stupid long. But yeah, Noctis is 100% the personality behind Sunny's system. I think Noctis might be in the real world, Noctis and the Oracle, ironically, two things deeply connected to both Cassie and Sunny now, are the two people that are behind this system now. I feel comfortable in that hypothesis. Noctis is an incredibly viable, incredibly smart, incredibly powerful being, and the Weaver won't just let an immortal being like that go. Like, that's not even like a fucking question. And I also can't think of a reason why he would let go of a whole civilization of oracles go either, especially a Saint Oracle. So he probably has her like working for him in the spell too. And honestly, those who being behind the system would make a lot more fucking sense. Simply because of Sunny and Cassie's interactions and relationship to Weaver. Sunny being fated, being the Shadow God's lineage, and Cassie being a frankly impressive oracle. Even now, she is an impressive oracle. And those going through the second nightmare and then meeting the characters as they did, learning a lot more about Noctis, and doing kind of what the Weaver maybe wanted, which was to legitimately free Hope. And I think that's interesting. Also, isn't the Oracle just a thing with the... Noctis said he would make a deal with Weaver. Yeah. And I feel like that would be the deal. Hey, you won't be shackled to Hope anymore. But you get to see how this all ends. If you just gotta work for me. Maybe he did meet a creature very, very similar to Sunny in the past. And he found it again. We don't know. Weaver probably didn't give a fuck about Hope. I think Weaver cares a lot about his siblings. I think the Weaver cares a lot about his siblings because he cares a lot about... He probably cares about them for the entire reason why he cares about why he set up the system as a whole. Why he set up his sorcery as a whole. Why the Forgotten God, who... Because of that song, because of the song, Arias was just Arias was just singing then, billion% it's the God of Dreams. There's not a fucking inch in my mind anymore that doesn't think that anymore. There we go. Just wrote it down. But now there's the idea that are the gods actually the gods that we suspect them to be? Are the gods, like, legitimately the sun god, the god of, like, the heart god, the war god, all these, like, kind of gods? Are they actually gods, or are they just different versions of, like, Diamond? Are they... One day the gods will... One day the gods will fall and reveal the lie. 110%. The gods and the diamonds are basically the same thing. 110%. I don't think there is even a fucking waver in my mind anymore. Because the gods treated the diamonds as shittily as they did, but they still worked together. They still communicated. They still interacted together. But I don't think they were gods in the essence that we in the universe probably think of them to be true gods. If anything, they are hilariously similar. Like, there is almost nothing. There's almost nothing differentiating them. Bear in mind, one had to ascend to godhood. Oh, maybe not, actually. One day the gods will fall and reveal the lie, and the one who sleeps will awake and devour his children. One day the gods will fall and reveal the lie, and the one who sleeps will devour his children. Why would the Forgotten God need to devour his children? My brain's going like 1,000,000 miles per hour. It's fucking 1 in the morning. My brain should not be going 1,000,000 miles per hour. And I've been glancing at comments, but I've not been fucking reading them. Because now I'm entering into, like, full fucking theory mode. Like, this entire thing has so many different fucking layers to it. But the entire thing reveals one thing. The Forgotten God is the god of nightmares. One day the gods will fall and reveal their lies, and the one who sleeps will awaken to devour his children. Oh, and as all that which was forgotten will be remembered and consume the world. Oh, all of us will dream the nightmare of the Forgotten God. All of that just tells me the Forgotten God is the God of dreams. The Forgotten God, who is also a being that is deeply related to the diamonds, wants to consume his children. Why would the God of dreams want to consume children? His children. Wouldn't that break the rule of 7 if they were all gods? Nah, yeah, I guess to an extent it would. The only reason I could think of the forgotten god trying to consume its children is to complete itself. Because so far, like, his children are just fucking weird, right? I have a big headache. You don't understand how much pain my head is in. Right? Because we know of 4 children for sure. Weaver, Hope, Never, Oblivion. Weaver is obviously Fate. Hope is Desire. Never, we don't really know anything. And Oblivion is just kind of Oblivion. Since gods have flaws, they can't be perfect. Yeah. And I've already made the correlation that each god kind of has like a weird connection to the diamonds as is. You know Never, you just forgot. Never, Prince of the Underworld. But we don't know the others, right? I just don't know the rest about him. He made the army. He had a close relationship with the God of Skies. His name's Never. It's just like, unlike the other 3, I can't remember his, like, title correlation, pretty much. Because we are their flaw. Oh, Never is Destiny and Change. Oh, Destiny and Choice. Because they are flaws, I'm just left with more fucking questions. The Forgotten God is the God of Dreams. Sun confirmed that. Also, this is a fallen warrior of the 9. Who sings a song to confirm the existence and the reasoning of the Forgotten God. I also just want to point out that Cassie's real name is Song of the Fallen. So yeah, there's that one as well. I wonder what Cassie has in relation to that one. Probably fucking nothing, to be fair. What could be the reason? No. I feel like I'm fucking schizophrenic, writing shit down, not talking, just thinking. I've never had to, like, theory bait with live chat in a while. The funny thing with Song of the Fallen is that if it is Never, with Never specifically, him creating an army of soldiers, all of which that have fallen and failed him, it's kind of funny. So yeah, maybe you're. I still think she has a closer connection to Weaver than she does Never, but I like that connection so far. Oblivion, we just don't know shit about him, which sucks. Though we could probably use the idea that Oblivion is probably the reason the Forgotten God may have been forgotten in the first place. Theorizing in Laoshima is like stepping on mines, wishing to not explode. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you did see my brain explode like 3 fucking times. Because we are their flaws. The question Sonny asked before. Cassie is being there witnessing people's choices. She's also low-key manipulating people's choices. Like, low-key. She actively went out of her way to tell Nephis. You also forgot someone who is important, and I'm not saying who. The Sovereigns? You forgot something. You forgot someone who is someone important. I'm not saying who. She is. It's either the Sovereigns or Nephis. I can't think of them. Or, like, the cohort, like, Nephis's dad and shit. Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven, Smile of Heaven, Smile of Heaven. You know what, I'll stop speculating for now. I'll stop speculating for now. And give like a mini review here and now, because why the fuck not? Volume 4. Is the second best volume so far. And I don't think it's necessarily close, right? It was like The Forgotten Shore, Chain Dials, Volume 1, right? Now it's like The Forgotten Shore, Second Nightmare, Chain Dials, and downwards. And that's interesting to me. I legitimately didn't think anything would even get close to the Forgotten Shore other than the big 3. Joshua, you wouldn't understand, so... I don't know what the fuck he said. Noctis is... Alright. Noctis top 2 characters in this volume by far. Love Noctis. Noctis is great. You know what? I might just clean the fucking screen to make this job a little bit easier to try and explain. But yes, Noctis is a top 3 character. Sunny and everybody's character development and where the characters are going to go from this point onwards is fascinating. You could kind of see where all of their characters are going to go from the design of their characters, right? Because something all 3 of the main cohort had experienced was a drastic change in their appearance. Kai was ugly and was unwanted. Effie was a child, and Sunny was a monster. And something they all got to experience was kind of... And something that these bodies experience firsthand is that they now actively get to go through what they want. Effie wants to relive her childhood as an actual child now, not in a crippled body, but in a strong body. Sunny is now living the life as the monster he kind of views himself to be. Right? He's not been calling himself like a real human throughout all 3 of these volumes. Really, right? He's been talking to himself as an assassin. He's taken up the body of a monster and kind of taken up that personality, the drive of one. He wants to be a monster of a man. And Kai doesn't care for the... He gets all the fake shit in his life because of his looks. So him not getting that, but getting notoriety from what he is capable of preserving through is interesting to see, especially since now he's in a burnt body. But he gets all the notoriety he gets because of the actions he actively partakes in. And seeing all these characters get everything they want, and all of them have now gone, okay, we've gotten what we wanted, we need to go through in a completely different trajectory in life. Effie got to experience what her childhood as a child would be like, while fun, was very fucking devastating for the most part. And now I think she's going to go through a trajectory and a path in which she's going to want to grow up. Like a lot more. Like, I think Effie is a character now experiencing a shithole life as a teenager, shithole life as an actual child, and probably is going to understand she's going to experience one as an adult, will want to settle down a lot quicker than the others. Especially since she was stuck in the Forgotten Shore for, like, what, fucking 2 years straight? And was tortured for months. She's going to want to, like, calm it down a bit. Kai, especially now thanks to his ability, is 1 billion trillion % going to become a leader. I don't think there's any doubt in my fucking mind anymore that he's going to become a leader of, like, a civilization, of a sectioned off area of the world. And I think that's fucking great. I think that's cool, and I think that's very funny for Sunny's character. I think that's very fun for Kai's character, specifically. When it comes to Sunny, he now knows what it means to be a monster. He has been trying to become a monster ever since he gained a weird competitive inheritance from being connected to Nephis, right? All he's done is become stronger. He's slowly losing his mind. He then became a monster. He is then copying other monsters. He's learned to take advantage of that. He can now... His snake, his own fucking skin can turn into monsters. He can now control monsters. But that isn't the path nor the trajectory I think Sunny wants to go on anymore. We know Sunny doesn't want to go in that trajectory anymore. I think Sunny's now going to try and find a path to not settle down. He's still going to find out the secrets of the world. He's still going to find out shit about the sovereigns. He's still going to find out shit about the gods and everything and all that alike. And the diamonds and shit. But I think he's going to live it actively in a quieter life. Sunny doesn't seek the highs and highs and the lows and lows. Like, I do think Sunny's going to open up, like, a legitimate shop. Maybe not an item shop, but, like, a cafe. Or an actual shop. I don't fucking care. Whatever Sunny finds pleasure in, he's going to open up to it. It might be a cafe shop. Sunny fucking loves cafe shops. But he's going to have to go through more trial and tribulation. Because now he's had experience being the sub-leader of the cohort. Whatever he's doing, the rest of the cohort are doing. Wherever Sonny goes, Cassie, Effie, they all kind of follow. So, he might want a taste of that. He's also seen, like, monsters fight firsthand. He's seen the dragon fight. He's seen Noctis turn into a wolf. He's seen all these monsters fight. I don't imagine he wants to live in that life anymore. But I do think he wants to explore a little bit more of it before he actively settles down. He might find that in Antarctica with Jet. Jet might be his set stone example as an adult. That's what Johnny's gonna fucking do. He isn't gonna lead. He's going to live as an adult. He's gonna finally understand the full fucking struggles of it all. Not as like owning a house or trying to teach, but as like finding a purpose. That's gonna be his next trajectory. You think he has that luxury? As a fated, no. I've also been actively avoiding comments. I've not been trying to look at y'all because I take glances and I'm like, I don't want any of y'all confirming anything I'm saying. But I think that's what's going to happen next. Since experiencing being a monster, he wants to live a little bit more of a human life while actively indulging in being a monster. So maybe he follows Jet for a while, because Jet gets looked at as like a monster. Do you think his demon form reflects how alien he is to other people? No, I think his demon form reflects, like, how he views himself. The forms all of the main cohort take up are reflections on how they want to perceive themselves a little bit. But yeah, that's for now. I think Effie is going to want to settle down. Cassie, I'll be real, I'm fucking lost with her. Even now, after having a whole fucking volume with her, I think I still really am lost with Cassie. I think she just will keep leading the Biokeepers until they find Nephis, really. Sonny saw himself as a monster? Yeah, 100%. Why wouldn't he? He has a completely different fucking soul from everybody else. His soul works like a monster. Something Effie's always wanted was an actual, like, childhood. And Cassie is Cassie. Yeah, Cassie has no reason to view herself as anything else other than what she is. And Kai was an average guy who was able to reach greatness with his own personality, with his own feats. Hence why he was a general. Anyway, that's going to be it for now. We're officially at 6 fucking hours of the stream. I am so sorry for any of you who stayed for all 6 hours. Harsh, Fanta, Sake, Dark, Silver, Alba. I know all of y'all keep peeping in and out and all that. But I do greatly appreciate y'all. I am going to sleep. That's a lie. I'm going to go on a walk. Did my comment of kind not reach? Nope. Great fucking stream. I was in and out. Yeah. But you're still here for like a shocking amount of it. 3:30 a.m. here. I'm so sorry, Fencer. I'm so sorry. Thank you all for watching. I hope y'all enjoy the rest of your night. I'm going to pontificate a lot on how the fuck I'm gonna film these videos. Anyway, goodbye. Bye. I hope you all had a fucking great time. Okay? Enjoy your sleep, ladies and